Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Bizarre Adventure of One Punch Man. Part 1. One Punch Man Universe, Z City, Police Station. Standing in front of the mirror in the police station lobby, Jozen straightened his collar, his expression serious. The man in the mirror had black hair and blue eyes, handsome features, and a 1.95-meter tall muscular body that had been long trained. His sharp facial features appeared exceptionally resolute against the dark uniform, and even a casual glance carried a powerful sense of intimidation. Memories fused from his predecessor indicated that he was a newly employed rookie patrol officer, the lowest rank of police officer. Jozen was a transmigrator. When he transmigrated, he awakened the psychic superpower from the JoJo universe, a stand. The stand's name was Fantasy Card. Its appearance was a stack of strange cards the size of playing cards, with the back depicting a pitch-black cosmic galaxy. The stand ability was to bestow the concept of a card upon objects, crafting them into fantasy cards and controlling the power within them. 1 month after transmigrating, his soul and body had completely merged, and Fantasy Card awakened a second ability, Destiny Draw. He could randomly draw one fantasy card every day, and the number of draws could accumulate. Obviously, Fantasy Card was not the kind of humanoid stand that could directly go out and aura things. Its stat panel might be quite trashy, but a weak panel often corresponded to grandpa-level abilities. In Jozen's view, controlling the power of the cards was essentially rewriting reality with the power of fantasy, and he was only one lucky draw away from grandpa level. On the day the second ability awakened, a reminder of draw count +1 appeared in his mind. He didn't hesitate and did one right on the spot. A blank card popped out from the deck, and a touch of azure fire enveloped and burned it. That was the spiritual fire belonging to a stand user. When the fire faded, the card's border turned a deep purple, and a pattern corresponding to the card's elements appeared on the blank card face, a red and blue spider. Fantasy Card. Spider Sense. Card Type. Ability Card. Rarity. SR. Introduction. Spider Superpower, also known as Peter Tingle. Effect 1. Predict danger. Increased adrenaline secretion accompanied by sensations like tingling at the back of the head, hair standing on end, etc., alerting oneself to impending danger nearby. Effect 2. Spider Time. Significantly enhances reflexes, dynamic vision, and perception, allowing one to enter a special state similar to bullet time. There are differences between fantasy cards. Divided according to rarity levels, there are a total of 4 tiers, each corresponding to 4 border colors. N. Normal, normal, white, R. Rare, rare, blue, SR, super rare, purple, SSR, superior, super rare, orange. Fantasy cards made from things without supernatural elements are mostly N cards. Jozen was lucky, his first draw was an SR. Following the pose obtained in his mind, he grabbed the card in the air and pressed it against his chest. The moment they made contact, the purple card shattered silently, turning into crystalline points of light that filled the sky, gathering and surging into his chest like metal powder attracted by a magnet. In an instant, the spider superpower took effect. Jozen's 5 senses enhanced at an astonishing speed, and it felt as if his vision had entered a slow-motion world. For the first time, Jozen experienced the unique charm of supernatural abilities. Another week passed. After this period of exploration and practice, he became increasingly handy with using his stand ability. For example, right now, clocking out and getting his equipment, Jozen walked out of the police station gate and turned into the alley next door. He raised his right hand, palm open. Fantasy Card. Stand ability activated. From Jozen's perspective, azure spiritual fire burned up, enveloping his whole body, and a fantasy card with a white border materialized, floating in midair. From the perspective of a passerby, the handsome young police officer was pressing the brim of his police hat with one hand and holding the other hand up, palm spread upward. The scene was extremely Chunabyu. Fantasy Card. Small police motorcycle. Card Type. Item Card. Rarity. N. Introduction. A common small vehicle, commonly known as a little sheep. Effect 1. Catapult Start. Low fuel consumption, aggressive start, a must-have for tough guys, cool and arrogant on the road. Effect 2. Fuel display. Remaining fuel. 68%. Reaching out to take the white card from the air, accompanied by a cool and dazzling low-budget special effect, the little sheep's seal was broken, turning into a physical entity parked in front of Josen. Vroom. The engine let out a wild roar. Josen retracted the kickstand and stepped onto it in one motion. Toot toot. The little sheep catapulted forward, carrying Josen toward today's patrol area. P.S. Currently available but useless information. F. Anti-C card. Panel. Destructive power. E. Speed. E. Precision. C. Developmental potential. A. Persistence. A. Range. C. First ability. Card mastery. Bestow the concept of a card upon objects, crafting them into fantasy cards and controlling the power within them. Second ability. Destiny draw. Randomly draw one fantasy card every day, and the number of draws can accumulate. C. Rank. Equivalent to an ordinary human. The One Punch universe has gone through many global disasters. The surviving humans formed a comprehensive government, and cities are named with letters. Z City, where Josen is located, is the city where Caped Baldy Saitama lives. Mysterious being, hero. On the little sheep, Josen's thoughts fluctuated. Mysterious being, a unique product under the rules of this world, are dangerous creatures born for unknown reasons that bring harm to human society. According to various factors such as the degree of harm and the difficulty of elimination, the authorities have comprehensively divided them into 5 disaster levels. Wolf. A creature or group that appears and becomes a danger factor. Tiger. A crisis where there is a possibility of large-scale casualties in an unspecified range. Demon. A crisis where the functions of a town are stopped or destroyed. Dragon. A crisis where several towns are destroyed. God. A crisis where humanity is destroyed. As for hero, one must mention a piece of news reported previously. Agony, a billionaire with a butt chin, because his own grandson was attacked by a mysterious being, announced through the media that he would personally fund the establishment of a private organization specifically responsible for similar incidents, dedicated to eliminating mysterious beings and protecting lives. The organization is named Hero Association. Next, the power of money activated. In just 3 months, this emerging private organization rapidly expanded under a monetary offensive. Branches were built in major cities, recruiting strong individuals for the purpose of eliminating mysterious beings and disasters. These groups of strong individuals, increasingly talked about by the citizens, are hero. Through media, networks, and other channels, it is easy to confirm the current timeline of the One Punch Man world. Simply put, at this moment, a certain bald trainee has not yet debuted, and the conflict between the 2 major factions, heroes and monsters, is already brewing. It is foreseeable that monster incidents in major cities will become more frequent in the future, and the intensity of the disasters will gradually escalate. Josen subconsciously pressed down the brim of his hat. Yar, this is really troublesome. Boom. Amidst the loud noise, Josen came back to his senses, his brows slightly furrowed. Thick black smoke rose from the district to his front left, and the screams and shouts of a riot could be faintly heard. That is Senmu Commercial Street. Twisting the throttle, the little scooter erupted with a roar that belied its appearance, accelerating toward the location of the explosion. 5 minutes later, the scooter drifted to a stop by the side of the road, and Josen got off. Before him were raging flames and thick smoke that blotted out the sky. The office buildings on both sides of the street were covered in thick soot, and burning vehicles and broken branches formed a barrier of death, locking away any hope of escape along with the high-temperature flames. Except for those trapped in the pedestrian street, nearby pedestrians had long since run away. Josen nodded. That saved him the trouble of clearing the area. He loosened his tie, tossed it along with his police cap and coat into the trunk, rolled up his sleeves, and cracked his neck. He strode toward the fire. Click. Behind him, a reporter who had just arrived instinctively raised their hand to take a photo, freezing the scene of him walking against the flow on film. The reporter failed to see that the moment he was engulfed by the flames, a layer of azure light ignited outside Josen's body. This nearly tangible spiritual flame acted as a barrier, shielding him from the surrounding inferno and thick smoke. Influenced by the rules of the One Punch Man world, the stand user's spiritual power changed, evolving into a telekinetic superpower capable of directly affecting reality, similar to the Tatsumaki sisters. With a month and a half of training in psychokinesis, plus the daily destiny draw, Josen's own combat power was now quite high. Help! Someone save me! Ah! Ah! No! Ah! I'm dead! Lord Monster, please don't kill me! Uck! Inside the pedestrian street. Crackle! Crackle! Beside the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, a neon sign broken in two struggled to spit out a spark before extinguishing completely. The air was filled with the metallic scent unique to blood. Following the cries for help, Josen's brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze gradually sharpened. Everywhere were corpses. All kinds of human corpses. Humans had become prey, wantonly hunted by an unknown predator. A pet shop on the street suddenly exploded, sending steel bars and rubble flying to shatter the floor-to-ceiling windows of the clothing store opposite, filling the air with dust. Bang! 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 Heavy, slow footsteps rang out. The blue-black, five-toed sharp claws of a reptilian creature passed through the smoke. Feet over 50 centimeters long stepped onto the cracked ground, creating unsettling vibrations. As the smoke gradually cleared, a towering monster over 3 meters tall revealed itself. It had thick, horny skin, two stout hind legs for walking upright, and a tail as thick as a bucket swinging behind it, plowing a deep trail into the concrete road. I am the lizard monster, mutated because I look too much like a lizard. Hiss, 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 hiss. The lizard monster laughed wildly, baring its teeth in triumph. A forked long tongue hung from its giant mouth, and sticky, foul-smelling green saliva dripped onto the ground, corroding smoking holes into the pavement. Foolish humans, you will eventually pay the price for having mocked me. Ah. Bang. A handgun bullet, carrying kinetic energy far exceeding the norm, precisely drilled into the giant lizard's left eye socket, penetrating the horny eyelid that was sufficient to defend against ordinary firearms, and turning the lens inside into a pulp. Roar. The one-eyed lizard monster roared loudly. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots responded to the lizard monster. If a superpower user were present, they would see that each bullet was wrapped in a layer of azure energy flame, doubling the power of the handgun bullets. PFFT, 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 PFFT. The facial scales, with a defense comparable to armor plating, were as brittle as A4 paper in front of the telekinetic bullets. They broke open a dozen bloody holes, but due to its size, the lizard monster only cried out in pain twice. The muscles at the wounds on its face were already constantly wriggling, pushing out the bullet heads. The damage sustained was minimal. Even the destroyed eye was actively withering and regenerating. It looked like it was only a matter of time before a brand new eye grew back. This was the vitality of a monster. Strong as a monster, truly troublesome. Muttering to himself, Josen put away his pistol, which had emptied its magazine, and stepped out from the shadows. He planted his feet and faced the ferocious monster, which was comparable in size to a dinosaur. The vertical pupils characteristic of reptilian creatures instantly focused, locking onto the seemingly defenseless human figure. The lizard monster turned abruptly, its giant tail whipping out, leaving an afterimage as it snapped a landscape light pole. Its hideous head revealed a human-like, sinister grin. To think you still dare to show yourself. Boom, boom, boom. Bricks shattered and scattered. In just 3 steps, this cold-blooded reptilian hunter crossed a distance of 30 meters, opened its bloody maw, and bit down. In the lizard monster's mind, the beautiful image had already emerged of this damned human before it being bitten in two by itself and struggling painfully on the ground. Facing the oncoming sharp teeth and foul stench, Josen suddenly looked up, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Spider time activated. The world fell into stagnation at this moment. Only in the lizard monster's amber-colored single eye was reflected a fist wrapped in blue flames, gradually enlarging. Aura. Aura 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 aura. Aura 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 aura. The flow of time returned to normal. Having taken countless iron fists without even reacting, the previously hideous and terrifying giant lizard head was completely deformed. The swollen eyes and twisted mouth formed a giant comical face. Who? The aura-ing finished, and the massive lizard monster was knocked over by a heavy swing that channeled his whole body's strength. A certain police officer, who had thrown the punch, exhaled a breath of stale air and snapped his fingers at the same time. Snap. Stand ability activated. An unremarkable end card materialized in an instant, and as it bloomed with strong light, it was flicked into the air by Josen. The next second, a heavy shadow blotted out the sky and fell from the air. On the ground, the lizard monster's barely opened single eye suddenly contracted, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. A heavy, yellow-painted road roller, from who knows where, appeared out of thin air above its head. Driven by the combined force of Mother Earth and the azure light flames, it transformed into a charging steel monster. Finisher. Takizawa Laura Da. Oh my god. No. Bang. The heavy, solid roller at the front of the vehicle slammed down onto its head without any trickery, instantly crushing the lizard monster's spine, chest cavity, and even most of its body. A splash of crimson mosaic sprayed out, and the massive head of the lizard monster rolled away with a gurgling sound. Clang! A harsh metallic scraping sound came from not far away. The lizard monster's head strained to turn its only remaining eye, and then its pupil shrank violently. It saw that the top of the lamppost, which it had previously snapped with its tail, had somehow been shaved into a sharp, pointed angle, resembling the giant lances used by medieval knights in a charge. The cold light reflected from the broken edge seemed sharp enough to cut someone just by looking at it. And this several-meter-long lamppost was hovering like a javelin above the right hand of that terrifying human, who was walking step by step in its direction, unhurriedly. Tap, tap, tap. The spine-chilling sound of footsteps rang out, and an indescribable fear spread through the air. Ya, Yamate. Ah. Josen pinned the lizard monster to the road with a gaze from his remaining eye, felt his pocket, took out a cigarette case, and silently lit one. Who, amidst the exhaled smoke, a faint blue spiritual light rose up, coalescing into a clawing and snapping lizard that let out a resentful hiss at Josen. Still daring to be arrogant. Josen snorted coldly, and the expression of the spiritual lizard rising in midair froze. You can see me. Stand ability activated, and a blank card appeared between Josen's fingers. The lizard spirit, which had been using its hands and feet, even doing a breaststroke, to try and accelerate its ascent, stalled in midair. Like fumes caught in a range hood, it was rapidly pulled backward, losing its original form and turning into a vortex of spiritual energy that dove into the card below. Yamate. The next second, the blank card face outlined an upright lizard with a terrified expression. As multiple node patterns lit up on the white card, the border color gradually turned deep blue. Demon-level lizard monster, defeated, sealing complete. At the same time, the stand also provided feedback in Josen's mind. Destiny draw count +1. Current destiny draw count, 9 times. Wee woo, wee woo. The sound of police sirens came from afar. Josen glanced at the lizard monster's mangled corpse and retrieved his weapon, that battle-hardened steamroller, back into a card. A moment later, the belated police and firefighters extinguished the fire at the entrance with fire hoses and rushed into the pedestrian street. A familiar officer recognized Josen, who had blended in. Josen, you're here too. Yeah, I just arrived, Josen said, wiping his intentionally blackened face and looking at the devastated pedestrian street. Let's hurry up and save people. Yeah, damn monster. More and more police forces were deployed for search and rescue. Soon, the riot police advancing in the front discovered the giant monster's corpse. Huh. The monster has already been killed. What? That's great. Hiss. What kind of attack did this guy suffer? A meteorite. On the other side, a faint breathing sound came from under a collapsed wall. Josen looked left and right, exerted force with both hands, overturned a large piece of the ruins, and carefully carried out a scarred little girl from the blood-stained rubble. Big brother, I saw it. Josen was stunned, then saw the little girl gently hugging his arm. You defeated the monster, you're a hero, right? A hero. Perhaps. Hearing the little girl's question, the image of a bald man in a red and yellow jumpsuit with a flowing cape flashed before Josen's eyes. Scanning the blood-soaked pile of rubble again, his psychokinesis-formed vision outlined 2 lifeless bodies, a man and a woman. They were the little girl's parents. Touched deep in his heart, Josen's voice became gentle. Big brother is a police officer. Take a nap, you'll be fine when you wake up. Thank you, brother. He slowly activated his psychokinesis to soothe the little girl's turbulent emotions. She gripped Josen's collar tightly and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Fantasy card. Roadside steamroller. Card type. Item card. Rarity. N. Description. A scrapped steamroller, whether it's the weight, volume, or feel, it's just right. Effect 1. Steamroller attack. Summons a steamroller from the sky and shouts, Takizawa Laura da. The next day, the weekend. Taking advantage of a sale day, Josen bought a fridge full of discounted ingredients and made himself a Sichuan-style hot pot at home. As the pot boiled, he added the vegetables and casually turned on the TV. Shocking. Z City hit by monster attack again, the truth is actually. Follow our station's perspective as we realistically recreate the thrilling scene at Senmu Pedestrian Street. Eliminate all monsters, the world belongs to humanity. Hero recruitment is currently in full swing. If you possess extraordinary strength or have a special skill, please contact our hotline at 18,888,888,888 immediately. Repeating, 18,888,888,888. Breaking news from our station, the Hero Association announces the establishment of branches in major cities. Special report. The Hero Association's advertisements gradually occupied the screen. Eating as he watched, Josen couldn't help but have a question. How does Saitama still not know about the Hero Association 3 years later? Does this guy not watch TV? Oh, that guy can only watch a few free channels. Never mind then. Watching the tireless promotion on TV, Josen ate with gusto and couldn't help but crack open another bottle of 82-year vintage iced cola. Gulp, 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 refreshing. After cleaning up, it was late at night. Stepping onto the balcony, Josen let the night breeze blow as he quietly cleared his mind. Although his surname was also Josen, he wasn't actually part of the legitimate Joestar family. He had merely inherited some of the Joestar family's traits from afar, such as 1.95 meters tall. Power and speed both A rank. The golden spirit. Perhaps, being a part-time hero outside of work wouldn't be bad. As his thoughts drifted, the blue monster card appeared in Josen's hand. Fantasy card. Lizard monster. Card type. Character card monster. Rarity. R. Description. A reptilian monster mutated from a human, disaster level, demon. Note. A disgrace to demon level, ugly as hell, decomposition recommended. Effect 1. Night vision. Vision significantly enhanced at night or in dim environments. Effect 2. Ambush. Instantly approach prey for a kill. Seeing the special note added to the card information, Josen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lizard monster. Are you insulting me again? A stand is essentially materialized spiritual power. The content of the notes is naturally the thoughts in the user's subconscious. Unlike item cards, character cards seal the power the monster had while alive. They can be used on the user or other humans, but only one can be equipped at a time. After equipping, one gains that character's ability system and can also choose to overlay the skin. Correspondingly, the abilities gained will disappear upon uninstallation. Similar to paid skins in some games that come with attributes and skills, the advantage is that they take effect immediately, while the disadvantage is that they cannot be stacked. Ability cards like Spider Sense, however, do not have quantity restrictions. As for the decomposition mentioned in the note, it is a drastic measure. By decomposing specific fantasy cards as consumables, one can randomly extract some attributes or abilities as enhancement materials to strengthen the user's own body. As a veteran card player with 1.5 months of practice, Josen knew deeply, playing cards is just for fun, being strong yourself is what truly matters. The fate of the lizard monster was sealed the moment it was crafted into a fantasy card. Lizard monster, don't come over here. The gaze of a certain terrifying upright ape shifted over, and the soul of the lizard monster inside the card desperately wanted to scream, Yamate, one more time. Unfortunately, being in the two-dimensional world, it couldn't shout. The next moment, the stand ability activated. Cracks appeared on the surface of the card, connecting into a broken spiderweb, and then it shattered. A cluster of dust-like blue light particles erupted from the fragments. Most vanished into the air, while a minority, like iron filings attracted to a magnet, sank into Joseon's broad chest. Strength +1, +1, +1. According to the feedback from the stand ability in his mind, the enhancement material extracted this time did not contain the lizard monster's special abilities, but rather conventional base attributes. The entire enhancement process was quite brief, but the loss was significant. If one were to consider the lizard monster's strength as an iceberg, then what was used for the enhancement was likely only the 10% floating above the water. With such a high loss rate, Joseon once suspected that his stand was acting as a middleman to skim off the profits. However, even if that were true, he could only let it slide. How could he not spoil his own stand? With a few heaves of his chest, his strength, which had long been at a bottleneck, gained a slight increase. It wasn't enough to cause a qualitative change, but it was better than nothing. Still, there was a subtle, gradual improvement. His pectoralis major, latissimus dorsi, biceps, and other muscle groups became increasingly robust, taking him one step closer to becoming a real-life star platinum. Since that was the case, while pondering, Joseon opened his hands and summoned a stack of blank fantasy cards. Adding the draw count contributed by the lizard monster yesterday, it was just enough for another 10 draw. Current destiny draw count, 10. Having had a nightmare experience of pulling N-grade strength cards in daily single draws, Joseon decisively joined the ranks of the 10 drawers. Destiny draw had no pity system, but metaphysics is a matter of the heart. Then let's draw. Strength N attribute card, 1 unit of strength attribute. Determines melee attack, physical strength, and carrying capacity. Used to enhance the user. Speed N attribute card, 1 unit of speed attribute. Determines balance, neural reaction, and speed. Used to enhance the user. Strength R attribute card, 10 units of strength attribute. Description omitted. One punch with 20 years of cultivation N ability card, charge attack, enhances fist penetration. Physique N attribute card, 1 unit of physique attribute. Determines stamina, various resistances, defense, and vitality. Used to enhance the user. Spirit N attribute card, 1 unit of spirit attribute. Determines perception, mental power, and energy levels. Used to enhance the user. Speed N attribute card, description omitted. Physique N attribute card, description omitted. Senzu Bean R item card, a magical plant seed from the Dragon Ball world. Eating one provides satiety for 10 days. In cases of extreme fatigue, it can instantly restore all stamina and heal all injuries, but it is ineffective against diseases. Quantity 1. Heart of the Tempest SR character card, Heart of the Tempest, Kennen, a member of the Kinko Order from the League of Legends world. Proficient in lightning release ninjutsu. Skill tree 1. Ninpo, lightning binding mark, 2. Secret technique, Chidori shuriken, 3. Secret technique, electric blade, 4. Secret technique, lightning armor, 5. Secret mystery, 10,000 thunder prison. TCH, another boring day. Seeing the familiar blue sky and white clouds, Joseon was about to start cursing. Upon closer inspection, besides the conventional attribute cards, there were some good pulls. With a wave of his hand, 7 attribute cards sank into his chest one after another, and the overwhelming pleasure brought by the attribute increase surged endlessly within his body. Especially the Strength R card. Compared to the ordinary N-grade attribute cards, it was truly 10 times the joy. At the same time, the remaining 3 cards fell into Joseon's hands. Fantasy card. 1 punch with 20 years of cultivation. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. N. Introduction. This punch has 20 years of cultivation, can you block it? Effect 1. Charge. Charge attack, enhances fist penetration. 1 punch with 20 years of cultivation, the signature move of the Tianjin First, a decent martial arts technique for ordinary people. Unfortunately, it has a skill wind up and requires charging. Fantasy card. Senzu Bean. Card type. Item card. Rarity. R. Introduction. A magical plant seed from the Dragon Ball world. Effect 1. Inidia. Eating one provides satiety for 10 days. Effect 2. Potent healing. In cases of extreme fatigue, it can instantly restore all stamina and heal all injuries, but it is ineffective against diseases. Senzu Bean, the essential life-saving medicine for Super Saiyan transformations. If all else fails, it can even serve as emergency food. Good stuff, keep it. The highlight is here. Character card, Heart of the Tempest. Fantasy card, Heart of the Tempest. Card type, Character card, Hero. Rarity, SR. Introduction. The Electric Mouse Kennen, a member of the Kinko Order from the League of Legends world. Proficient in lightning release ninjutsu, balance. It exists within all things. Effect 1. Ninpo, lightning binding mark. Attacks containing lightning apply 1 stack of storm mark to the enemy. Upon reaching 3 stacks, the enemy is stunned passive. Effect 2. Secret technique, Chidori Shuriken. Throw a lightning-infused shuriken to attack the enemy, applying 1 stack of storm mark. Effect 3. Secret technique, Electric blade. Every 5th attack is enhanced by lightning, applying 1 stack of storm mark, passive, unleash lightning to attack all nearby enemies with storm marks, applying an additional stack of storm mark to them. Effect 4. Secret technique, lightning armor. Transform into lightning to gain movement speed. Lightning attacks all enemies along the path, applying 1 stack of storm mark. Effect 5. Secret mystery, 10,000 thunder prison. Summon a lightning storm around yourself to continuously attack enemies. Each attack applies 1 stack of storm mark and increases your own defense and resistance. Receiving the card information, Josen's eyes grew brighter. After more than a month, he had finally pulled another SR card. The manifestation abilities in the fantasy cards were slightly different from the game. They lacked rigid numerical settings, but the skill mechanisms were largely the same. Although there was a limit on the number of character cards that could be equipped, that wasn't the point. The point was that his basic attacks finally had special effects, strike that. The point was that he could finally control lightning. He casually discarded the 1 punch with 20 years of cultivation, stored the life-saving medicine Senzu Bean into his card library, finished off the ingredients in the pot in a few bites, tidied up briefly, and when he reappeared, he had already changed into sportswear and arrived at the front door. The whole sequence of actions was smooth and flowing, highlighting his impatience. Leaving the apartment, Josen jogged away from the city center, passed through the peripheral residential area that hadn't yet completely turned into a wasteland, and arrived at the mountainous area in the suburbs. Limited by the population in this world, there were basically no traces of people outside the city. Climbing a desolate hillside, the wind blowing in his face was significantly stronger than in the city. Looking down at the city hidden at the end of the forest, Josen raised his hand and drew a purple card from the void. Heart of the Tempest, equipped. In a mountain dojo, a silver-haired old man sipping tea twitched his ears slightly. The moment he set down his teacup, his seemingly hunched figure vanished from the spot, reappearing on the mountaintop, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed into the distance. At the end of the horizon, lead-colored dark clouds had rolled across the clear blue sky at some point. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Violent pillars of lightning connected heaven and earth, striking a small mountain, plunging the world into darkness, a scene of the apocalypse. The spirited old man rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Such a powerful thunderstorm. It feels strange. Z City. A black-haired youth jogging while panting heavily stopped to wipe away sweat, then was drawn by the anomaly on the horizon and looked up. Strange, is it going to rain in this ghost weather again? I guess I'll just run back for the remaining 5 kilometers. Ha, ha. As he spoke, he turned around, panting heavily, and ran laboriously toward the city. Beneath the thunderclouds. The moment he equipped the character card, Josen felt the electrical charges throughout his body going berserk. As his eyes were dyed silver-white by the violent thunder energy, an endless burst of electric current completely engulfed his tall figure. Endless lightning erupted along with it. 2 more days passed. A new week arrived. Josen acted as if nothing had happened. He showed his face at the police station in the morning, submitted the reports on the mysterious being attacks from last week, chatted with a few colleagues from his intake, and then hopped on his scooter to begin his day's work. No one noticed that tiny electric arcs would occasionally spark from his hair tips, jumping into the air and vanishing. Due to the frequent mysterious being disaster incidents recently, Z City's police resources were becoming increasingly strained. As an outstanding new recruit this year, Josen had been granted authorization for solo patrols. Leaving the station, he munched on a pineapple bun he'd bought on the way, with a cup of hot milk wrapped in telekinesis floating above his handlebars. The work atmosphere was quite relaxed. Due to functional conflicts, a lack of top-tier combat power, and other reasons, the role of the police was gradually being replaced by the Hero Association, eventually turning them into mere cleanup crews. Josen had no ambition to change this status quo. Instead, he was thinking about finding a part-time job. Since mysterious beings had to be dealt with anyway, wouldn't it be even better to collect 2 paychecks? The police department's disaster reporting system was still quite useful. Being within the system, Josen could be the first to know about mysterious being movements within his jurisdiction. As long as he responded quickly enough, he would almost never run into anyone stealing his kills. PFF'd. Just as he was thinking that, Josen saw a scene on the side of the road and spat out his milk. Not far ahead, a black-haired youth in a blue and white tracksuit was stumbling forward. Sweat rolled down his cheeks as if it were free, his heaving chest sounded like a broken bellows, and he was gasping violently with a wheezing sound. Josen's mind automatically photoshopped away the youth's thick black hair. The next second, his figure gradually overlapped with a dead fish-eyed bald man. It was definitely Saitama. Speak of the devil, the kill stealer had arrived. Josen sighed, a sense of crisis inexplicably welling up inside him. Looking at this trend, his police job might not be so stable after all. Huff, huff, huff. Having once again arduously completed his long-distance running training, Saitama held his thighs, looking as if he were about to cough up his lungs, gasping for air. You'd believe it if someone said he would drop dead in the next second. Parking his scooter on the side of the road outside the park, Josen threw his finished breakfast bag into the trash can. At this moment, Saitama, who had stumbled step by step until he barely reached the park, was performing squat training with a mask of pain, under the intense scrutiny of a group of playing kids. No, that wasn't training, that was torture. If things went as expected, after the 100 squats were done, there would be 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups to follow. For Saitama, whose eyes were already bloodshot, such an amount of exercise was simply an impossible task. Josen watched silently for a moment, then the car radio transmitted a report. A purse snatcher was fleeing 3 blocks away. He glanced at the map and activated his telekinesis. Azure spiritual flames enveloped his entire body. His body suddenly felt light, shaking off gravity, and he quickly rose into the sky. As a superpower user, being able to fly should be quite reasonable, right? Leveraging the advantage of flight, Josen looked down at the surrounding blocks from above. His vision, enhanced by spider sense, quickly locked onto the purse snatcher who thought he had succeeded and was hiding in an alley checking his loot. Once the target was found, the rest was simple. With a dive, Josen accelerated toward the ground. The condensed telekinetic energy formed a tangible gravitational field, which he casually smashed down. Hero entrance. Ah. Sensing that the wind didn't feel right, the purse snatcher had just looked up when the force field descending from the sky hit him square in the face. Without even letting out a scream, he fell into a baby-like sleep. Josen then landed, handcuffed the unlucky thief's hands behind his back, and escorted both the person and the stolen goods to the nearby police box, also known as a security kiosk. In less than 2 minutes, the police response was over. On the other side, at the small roadside park. 97. 98. Saitama was doing push-ups one by one, looking like he was about to vomit blood. The speed was truly touching. The kind where you go down and take half a minute to push back up. 100. Huff, huff, huff. Even so, he still completed all of his training volume without compromise. Silently, Josen lit a candle in advance for the mysterious beings who hadn't appeared yet. R.I.P. Run away. You silly kids. Officer, is something the matter? Having finished his training, a nearly exhausted Saitama suddenly saw a tall young police officer walking toward him and couldn't help but ask. Here, have a soda. Huh. Saitama took it subconsciously. Before he could react, a bottle of ice-cold orange soda was already in his hand. Gulp. His body, in urgent need of hydration, sent out signals of thirst. Although Saitama couldn't figure out why, his naturally thick nerves helped him accept the stranger's kindness. Thanks, this is a huge help. You're welcome. Seeing that Saitama had already started chugging it, Josen unscrewed a bottle for himself. I just happened to pass by and saw your diligent training. You have very impressive willpower. Saitama realized. He looked at the half-finished orange soda in his hand, it was his favorite flavor. He couldn't help but thank him sincerely again. Thank you, officer. You're welcome. Josen patted Saitama's shoulder and raised his bottle in encouragement. Keep it up. I will. Watching Josen turn and leave, Saitama drank the rest of his beverage. That officer is a good person. In the police car. Starting the ignition, Josen looked slightly bewildered. As he raised his hand, a white quality common card appeared out of thin air. The card face depicted a bald man with dead fish eyes smiling heartlessly. It was Josen's first time encountering a situation where he obtained a fantasy card after just one close-range encounter. Did I activate my stand ability just now? I have no idea. If this were any other monster, there would at least have to be a boss fight first, and he would have to collect the dropped rewards himself. Attributing everything to the uniqueness of Saitama being the child of the world, Josen finally had the leisure to examine the card in his hand. Fantasy card. Limiter fragment. Card type. Special card. Rarity. N. Description. An unknown fragment of unknown origin. Effect 1. Josen. Seeing the question marks on the card, Josen was also full of question marks. He knew about the limiter, it was explained by the tech-based villain Dr. Genus in the original work and was one of the fundamental rules of this world. Due to differences in strength between species and individuals, living beings have limits that cannot be overcome no matter how much effort is put in. Allowing various creatures to grow without losing their species' survival instincts and rationality, this growth limit is called a limiter. To put it simply, some S-class heroes are born with talents far beyond ordinary people, which means they have a larger limiter, for example, Child Emperor's genius brain, Tatsumaki's superpower, and Bang's martial arts talent. When a human turns into a monster, because the species changes, it is equivalent to resetting a new limiter. The only creature that maintained its human form and successfully removed its own limiter is Saitama. As for the limiter fragment, in the feedback from his stand, not a single word was mentioned about the function of this automatically generated N-rank card. Since it was produced by Saitama, Josen didn't believe it would be a trash card. He would just throw it into the deck to gather dust for now. Anyway, there was no limit to the number of cards in the fantasy card deck, so even if Josen threw random things in there whenever he had nothing to do, there was absolutely no pressure. The chance encounter with Saitama was just a small interlude in his work, but a strange sense of crisis rose in Josen's heart. The monster disasters that others turned pale at the mention of had become valuable resources in his eyes that might not necessarily regenerate. Even if the bald man came, that would still need more money. A month passed. This month, there were no large-scale disasters of demon level or above in Z City, but wolf level and tiger level monsters sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Onion monster, sausage monster, mailbox monster, toilet monster. These small and large monsters mutated from common objects didn't know what kind of stimulation they had received, but they kept appearing one after another. While harvesting these crops, Josen seriously suspected that these monsters might be meant for Saitama to level up. It seems he was the one stealing the monsters. Relying on his efforts to go on patrol card drawing these days, Josen's own strength improved a small step. It's a pity that card drawing depends on fate rather than looks, and even a handsome guy like all the readers of this book, referencing Daniel Wu, couldn't control it. Limited by the drop rate, he was still on the path of consolidating his basic attributes. From a certain level, this was the same thing that a certain future bald man was doing. At the same time, Josen discovered that recently, while patrolling, there seemed to be an imperceptible gaze directed at him. But when he actively activated his spider sense to search, he couldn't find where the owner of the gaze was hiding. Finding nothing meant there was no dangerous presence around, but Josen still secretly raised his vigilance. Others didn't know, but he was well aware that the underground of Z City was the base of the Monster Association. It was inevitable that he would be targeted after his frequent activities recently. But farming is not shameful. Recently, the momentum of the Hero Association was in an upward period. When it came to being high profile, they were the frequent guests on hot searches. With them acting as a safety net, Josen expressed that he wasn't afraid at all. Police station. Mr. Josen, Chief Shang wants to see you. See me. Josen, who was filling out a report, was stunned. He looked up at the blushing young policewoman. Do you know what it's about, Kyoko? I don't know. Kyoko was taken aback. Her white finger tapped her lips, and she blinked her big eyes, trying hard to recall. Some guests came to the director's office early this morning. It probably has something to do with them, right? Guests. All right, I got it. The young policewoman left, swinging her ponytail, and Josen put down his work, stood up, and walked toward the director's office at the end of the corridor. PCZ 9527 reporting. Come in. Three men in suits sat on the sofa opposite the director. The moment Josen entered the door, three gazes turned in unison, scanning him from head to toe, which made him want to frown. Are you guys 3D printing me here? Director, did you call for me? Yes. Seeing the gazes of the three guests opposite becoming more and more intense, Chief Shang couldn't help but cough hypocritically, signaling the three to come back to their senses. This is the excellent officer of our department, Mr. Josen. You can just ask him directly about the matter you mentioned. Huh. Hearing the displeasure in his director's tone, Josen was dumbfounded. What is this about asking for my opinion? Director, are you just pushing your own police officer out without explaining the situation clearly? Yes, thank you for the introduction. The three men in black suits stood up in unison, well trained. The leader thanked Chief Shang and took the initiative to come to Josen. Mr. Josen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am an executive of the Z City branch of the Hero Association. You can just call me Bucky. Hello. We have come here presumptuously to invite you to join the Hero Association and become our professional hero. Of course, becoming a hero will not affect your primary job. As long as you cooperate with our promotion in your spare time, that will be fine. We have already confirmed this with Chief Shang just now. We are confident that we can make you the most popular ace hero in Z City, oh no, in the entire association. Suddenly being cued, Chief Shang rolled his eyes. Wait, I didn't agree. Of course, if you can convince Mr. Josen, I won't interfere. So it was people from the Hero Association, Josen understood in his heart. In a modern city where there is surveillance everywhere and everyone has a mobile phone, it is really not that easy to hide completely. No wonder Chief Shang was so unhappy. He had never had a good expression for this private organization that was encroaching on his turf. However, with the intervention and endorsement of official forces, the growth of the Hero Association had become a foregone conclusion, and he could do nothing about it. Josen nodded, suddenly understanding where the inexplicable sense of being watched these past few days had come from. So he was being watched by minions. Sigh, no wonder the spider sense didn't react. After thinking about it, Josen responded, since that's the case, I would like to understand in detail the duties and obligations after becoming a hero, is that okay? The association executive named Bucky nodded repeatedly, no problem. We have brought the materials, we can find a place to talk in detail. Well, Chief. Turning his head, Josen looked at his immediate superior with eager eyes. Chief Shang sighed slightly and waved his hand impatiently, go ahead, go ahead. I'm just the middleman, you don't need to worry about my opinion on this matter. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. In the end, Josen signed his name on the documents Bucky had brought. The Hero Association was in its initial stages. Aside from casting a wide net for hero recruitment, they would also proactively approach talented individuals, offering quite generous compensation. This was what made Chief Shang feel most helpless. Before the other party arrived, his superiors had already issued an order to cooperate fully. Plus, since it concerned the personal career and financial prospects of one of his officers, he didn't want to be the bad guy. Mr. Josen, my task is complete. Bucky gathered the documents and handed them to his subordinate behind him. However, according to the association's regulations, you still need to visit the Z City branch to complete some simple professional ability tests to determine your hero level, initial ranking, and other matters. I hope you understand. Hero tests, huh? Josen nodded. No problem, it's only expected. Thank you. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. A hero, huh? Inheriting the golden spirit of the Joe family, Josen still harbored a longing for this group. Regardless of how the future develops, those pure and noble souls within it will not change. Then let's join. This was the mental journey he went through after speaking with the association cadre, Bucky. Before leaving, he specifically went to the chief's office. A somewhat weary Chief Shang just patted him on the shoulder, instructed him to do a good job, and then told him to get lost. Josen naturally followed suit. The first thing to do after getting off work was to go to the convenience store. As his physique gradually became superhuman, Josen's appetite grew in tandem. A high-displacement car definitely consumes more fuel, and his body was the same. After restocking daily necessities and supplies for the fridge, he came out with bags in both hands, almost completely submerged by them. Finding a secluded corner, Josen decisively activated his stand ability, sealing everything in his hands into a cart all at once. Suddenly, he felt the heavy burden of life lighten significantly. Turning around, an innocent-looking face came into view. Good evening, officer. Saitama, with his simple art style, greeted him with a smile while scratching his head, completely unaware of the two precious black hairs drifting down from between his fingers. Just now, that he reached out, trying to gesture, was that the legendary superpower. Are you the legendary superpower user? Josen. Quite a heavy sense of curiosity, huh? It seems his training isn't quite there yet. Fantasy card. Limiter fragment +1. Another one. Josen silently put away the N-rank card that had inexplicably appeared in his hand and immediately made a decision. Yar, so I've been discovered. Hearing Josen's deliberately lowered voice, Saitama's expression turned serious. He clenched his fists, even preparing for a fight. According to TV drama plots, are you going to silence me now? Josen walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Of course not. Since you saw it, let's go together. Glug, glug, glug. The bright red spicy oil churned violently. Slices of discounted veal, cut thick but thin, were poured in one after another. Within a few rises and falls, the bright red raw meat was cooked by the boiling broth, and an enticing aroma began to spread. Two men, covered in sweat, sat around the hot pot, their burning gazes locked onto the meat slices rolling in the pot. Ready. I won't be polite. At this moment, the two men holding wooden chopsticks were like two peerless swordsmen. The moment the meat slices were cooked, sparks flew from their intersecting gazes, and their sharp swords were drawn simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. A flash of cold light swept across the land. Both sides of the exchange had made their gains. The piping hot meat slices, dipped in special spicy sauce, were sent into their mouths one after another. Ha. Wow. So hot. No, so spicy. Compared to Saitama, who was flushed red from the spiciness, Josen's movements were much more elegant. Supported by his powerful base attributes, the piping hot meat slices were instantly torn and ground by his iron teeth and copper jaws. While his opponent was still desperately fanning his mouth and looking for beer to relieve the spiciness, he had already reached in again to scoop up the remaining meat slices. Despicable. Saitama watched in despair as Josen put the remaining beef into his mouth, tears of frustration streaming down the corners of his mouth. In the practice of hot pot, you still have a long way to go, Saitama-kun. Josen wiped his mouth elegantly, giving a mocking, lopsided grin. If you want to defeat me, try next time. Next time, huh? That's too embarrassing. Saitama scratched his head, not noticing that 5 or 6 more hairs had fallen out. Just being invited this time was already a pleasant surprise. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Josen. It's nothing, just an extra pair of chopsticks. Josen waved his hand, indicating it was nothing to worry about, then quietly collected another limiter fragment. Besides, you don't understand. Actually, the true meaning of hotpot is. Saitama blinked, straightening his back and sitting upright with an air of, I don't get it but it sounds impressive. What is it? It's that you have to fight to eat it. Jozen patted Saitama's shoulder. A hot pot where no one is fighting you for food has no soul. Saitama suddenly realized, nodding his head seriously, so that's it. It's my first time hearing such a unique insight. I've learned something today. Then, as tuition, please wash the dishes for today. Thanks. Ah, okay. The hot pot meal lasted until late at night. By the time he saw Saitama off, it was close to midnight. Summoning his stand, he put the groceries he had purchased into the completely emptied fridge. Jozen opened the door and windows on the balcony for ventilation. The cool night breeze blew away the lingering stale air in the room, making him feel much more refreshed. Fantasy card. Limiter fragment X10. Can be fused. Looking at the special N rank card that had actively jumped out of his deck and was floating in front of him, Jozen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although his stand could intelligently provide a lot of information, it had never shown excessive emotional fluctuations. But at this moment, he actually received feedback from his stand carrying strong emotion, which contained nothing but hunger. Then fuse it. With his will, the 10 limiter fragments bloomed with light simultaneously, overlapping and beginning to fuse. When the white light dissipated, a brand new fantasy card appeared before Jozen's eyes. Fantasy card. Limiter break ACT1. Card type. Special card. Rarity. N. Description. Formed from the fusion of unknown fragments, a conceptual power that was originally invisible. Effect 1. Limit release. Designate any object to break through a racial growth limit once. It was still an unremarkable N-rank card, and even the grinning, dead fish-eyed bald man on the card face hadn't changed at all. But the revealed card effect made even Jozen's heart race. As everyone knows, humans have limits. But in front of this N card, so-called limits are just a pile of trash. Saitama, I, Jozen, have definitely decided to be your friend. Achoo. On the way home, Saitama rubbed his nose hard. Strange, it's not even cold, why does it suddenly feel like I'm about to catch a cold? Whatever, better hurry back. Jozen's house. The fantasy card once again conveyed a feeling of longing. Jozen curled his lip, knowing how much of a temptation the limiter break ACT1 in his hand was to his stand. No shit, I really want to use it myself, okay. You want it. Goku, if you want it, just say so. If you don't say anything, how would I know you want it? Even though you're looking at me with such sincerity, you still have to tell me that you want it. Do you really want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. If you want it, how could I possibly not give it to you? It's impossible that I wouldn't give it to you if you wanted it, or that I'd force it on you if you didn't. Let's be reasonable. Now I'll count to 3, and you have to say clearly whether you want it or not. Do you really want it? Then take it. You don't really want it, do you? Fantasy card. Considering that his strength ultimately came from his stand, Jozen messed around for a bit before finally giving away this opportunity for a limiter break. Anyway, Saitama is in City Z, at worst, I'll just treat him to a few more hotpot meals. Having received permission from its master, the fantasy card manifested and impatiently, ate the special N card in Jozen's hand into its library. In an instant, azure flames burned fiercely. Jozen saw a ring of oval white lights surround his stand, as if it were transforming from an illusion into reality, finally leaving behind a egg. Stunned. JPG. Holy crap. With a curse, Jozen immediately activated his ability. A ball of dazzling lightning appeared in his hand, transforming into a Chidori shuriken wrapped in electric light. Fortunately, the loaded abilities were still there. Jozen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, after consuming the Grand Tonic, the fantasy card had entered a state of metamorphosis. It was just that it had eaten too quickly, and he didn't know if the metamorphosis period would be long or short. With a thought, Jozen opened his hand and aimed it at the teacup in front of him that had just been filled with hot tea, activating his stand ability. 2,000 years later. Compared to his previous card making, there was an extra 10 seconds of skill chanting. Then, a brand new N card was freshly produced. Fantasy card. Celadon teacup. Card type. Item card. Rarity. N. Description. Ordinary teaware purchased from a convenience store, containing brewed tea. Effect 1. Drink more hot water. It can help maintain body temperature, improve circulation, assist in relieving constipation symptoms, and alleviate menstrual pain. Glancing at the nonsensical card effect, Josen released the teacup and held it in his hand to drink. There was no 10-second delay in releasing the card, which meant his ultimate move, Eat My Road Roller technique, could still be used normally. Then it wasn't a big problem. This was where the benefits of the main body strengthening route showed. Temporarily losing the ability to quickly create cards on the spot had almost no impact on Josen's overall combat power. The next morning. Yo, Mr. Josen, I heard you got promoted. Are you going to treat us? That's not true. How can you slander a person's innocence out of thin air? Still not admitting it. Kyoko told us everything. You're running to the director's office every other day, and you still say there's nothing going on. Coming out of the police station, Josen had a special leave permit signed by Chief Shang. In the future, except for necessary matters, he could balance hero activities during work hours without needing extra permission. Of course, the price was that he was glared at twice more by the director. Changing into casual clothes at home, Josen hopped on his scooter and sped all the way to the City Z branch of the Hero Association. With its grand gates, imposing greeters, and a footprint comparable to a stadium, the Hero Association headquarters' first impression was one of immense wealth. Although it was still early, a long queue had already formed outside the gates. Having seen the news, Josen knew this was the registration line for hero recruitment. It wasn't that everyone had the heart of a hero, it was mainly because the Hero Association offered too much. Of course, becoming a hero wasn't that simple. The vast majority of people present would be eliminated during the testing phase. Take the future top C-class hero, Moomin Rider, for example. His record seems touching, losing repeatedly, but in reality, he can handle wolf-level or even tiger-level mysterious being disasters alone, and even withstand a casual punch from the rampaging Deep-Sea King. That's probably the ceiling for ordinary humans. Enough talk. Having been invited, Josen naturally didn't need to wait in the long queue like those outside. He immediately entered the City Z Hero Association branch gates through the green channel on the other side. Walking into the lobby, a staff member in a black suit immediately stepped forward with efficient movements. Hello, do you have an appointment? Before Josen could answer, a blonde woman with wavy hair in a tight professional pencil skirt stepped forward, stopping her colleague's further inquiry. Hitoshi, I will be receiving this gentleman. Ah, yes, team leader Lanny. From Josen's perspective, a tempting patch of fair skin turned toward him with a smile. You must be Officer Josen. I am. The blonde with wavy hair, wearing a pair of wine-red women's glasses, smiled brightly. Welcome to the Hero Association. Commissioned by Section Chief Baki of the Hero Recruitment Section, I am fully responsible for your itinerary today. You can call me Lanny. Feeling the massive enthusiasm coming at him, Josen nodded without changing expression. Then I'll trouble you. Please follow me. Hero testing venue. According to Lanny's introduction, Josen's test would be conducted along with the other applicants. The difference was that while others were undergoing a life-changing assessment, his test was merely a formality. Of course, this was based on Josen's verifiable track record. Not everyone could just walk through the formalities. When they arrived at the assessment point, the venue was already packed with people. With a staff member leading him, Josen naturally became the focus of attention. The group of candidates was quickly dazzled by the enormous evil, and no cliché conflict scenes occurred. Damn it, why does that kid get a dedicated beautiful hostess? Exactly. I want one too. I want one too. On what basis? Just because that punk is a tiny bit more handsome than me. Instead, similar complaints, shouts, and the sounds of slurping and swallowing were heard incessantly. Lanny had long been accustomed to being the center of attention in various situations. She gave Josen a sweet smile. Officer Josen, this is the men's locker room, so it's not convenient for me to go in. I'll wait for you at the first testing point. No problem, thank you for your hard work. Josen nodded, watching Lanny's swaying figure disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, he received a bunch of positive energy comments from other males. Beast. Upon entering the locker room, Josen and the other candidates were given wristbands similar to those used in bathhouses, each corresponding to a locker for storing their clothes. According to the association's requirements, no equipment can be used during the test. Male candidates can wear at most a pair of shorts provided by the association. As for female candidates, they are allowed an additional sports vest. The proportion of female heroes has always been a minority. For instance, today, almost all the recruits were meatheads. The locker room was full of bodybuilder-level muscle-bound contestants, gathered together flexing their massive pectorals and exchanging weightlifting experiences. The atmosphere gradually became intense. The testosterone levels in the entire locker room were severely over the limit, but Josen didn't care about any of that and just took off his shirt on his own. This kid. The moment Josen took off his shirt, a low exclamation came from a corner of the locker room. A tall stature, smooth muscle lines, and an exaggerated inverted triangle, the accumulation of countless attribute cards had created the steel body before them, having absolutely nothing to do with Josen's own efforts. A particularly energetic silver-haired old man's eyes widened, bursting with intense spirit. Perfect. Simply perfect body proportions and visible martial arts talent. This kid is a rare piece of unpolished jade. Hiss. On the other side, a strong spider sense hit him, and Josen immediately noticed the gaze behind him. Turning his head slightly, he saw an energetic old man who looked to be over 70 smiling kindly at him. Then, like everyone else, the old man calmly shed his shirt, revealing exaggeratedly strong muscles like blocks of granite. Josen. Holy crap, this old man. Someone nearby exclaimed. It's one thing for young people, but how could an ordinary-looking park old-timer have such a jacked physique? The squinty-eyed, kind smile was completely mismatched with that set of muscles that looked like they could crush someone with one hand, creating a strong sense of dissonance. Is this world crazy? Silver Fang, bang. Recognizing the old man's identity, Josen felt relieved. Then it's fine. The future third-ranked S-class hero, a demon-level martial artist who was invincible in his youth, and a top-tier combat power for the Hero Association and humanity. Josen nodded slightly as a response to Bang's goodwill. He put his things into the locker, locked it, and headed toward the assessment area with the other candidates. Bang walked on the other side of the group, occasionally looking back to size up Josen's physique and posture, his eyes gleaming with intense brilliance. That burning gaze gave Josen a bit of a headache. Thinking about this martial arts master's habit of being fond of teaching others, his headache worsened. Practicing martial arts involves suffering. If you can use cheats, why suffer? Can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. The huge venue was divided into various testing zones. First were routine items like height, weight, vision, and lung capacity. After completing the data recording, Josen saw the delicate Lanny waiting for him at the entrance of the strength testing room. Officer Josen, please follow me. Josen nodded and followed. After a few steps, the old man's voice suddenly came from behind. Young lady, can I join you guys? Ah. Lanny was startled. Turning around, she saw an impossibly strong old man standing behind her at some point, looking at her with a lecherous, no, a smiling gaze, asking for permission. This old gentleman. Lanny was about to explain when she was reminded by Josen beside her. This is the martial artist, Master Bang. Martial artist. Young man, you know me. For a moment, both Lanny and Bang were a bit dazed. Josen nodded and complimented. Yes, I've had the honor of seeing the master's water stream rock smashing fist. As he spoke, he even made a few casual gestures. Bang broke into a sweat. Although those gestures looked decent, he could tell at a glance that the young man before him really had no foundation in martial arts. Forget about being a master, I'm just an ordinary old man who runs a dojo. Josen leaned in and whispered, don't say that, I know a thing or two about your deeds when you were young, master. Bang straightened his back slightly, a hint of murderous intent revealing itself in his eyes. Kid, do you know too much? Thinking of the days when he ruled the roost, Bang's old face turned red. Let's not mention the past. What's your name, young man? My name is Josen, I'm a police officer. Mr. Josen, come visit my dojo when you have time, it's not far from City Z, and the environment is quite nice. Alright, I'll go if I have the time. Lanny, who was left behind, saw the two of them chatting and walking into the testing room, leaving her behind. She was dumbfounded for a moment, then after weighing the pros and cons, she quickly chased after them in her clicking high heels. Please follow me, both of you. There's a private testing room here. Bang's eyes lit up. No need to wait in line. That's great. Josen glanced sideways. Old man, aren't we being a bit too uninhibited? You don't have to be so blunt about being happy. Lanny led the two to a large machine that looked like a locomotive and explained to the confused staff why the tester had changed from one person to two. Josen and Bang turned to look at each other. Josen, my boy, who goes first? Master, you go first. I'll watch your performance. Bang nodded, no longer being polite, and raised his arms to stretch his muscles. Then I'll go first. Before meeting Josen, Bang was only curious about the Hero Association. He signed up for the hero recruitment firstly to use his power to do something for ordinary people, and secondly to observe if this organization could act as they advertised. As for hero rankings and such, they were completely out of the old man's consideration, he just planned to coast through. But now it was different, he decided to show the young man before him what martial arts really meant. Standing shirtless before the testing machine, Bang bent his legs slightly and sank into a horse stance. His white hair and beard moved without wind. With one hand raised and the other behind his back, he traced two flawless, pale blue circular trajectories in the air like Tai Chi, then suddenly struck out with a punch. Water stream rock smashing fist. Amidst the clear shout, spider sense activated. In a suddenly slowed perspective, Josen clearly observed every detail of Bang's punch and force. What seemed like a casual, light punch gathered the most exquisite martial arts combat techniques of this world, exploding with supreme power using minimal force, as natural as a ram's horns hanging on a hedge, effortless and masterful. Pop! The fist hitting the leather pad made a loud bang of compressed air. Just as the staff present reacted, they saw three large nines pop up on the display screen above the testing machine, accompanied by a continuous ding 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 electronic sound. Whoa! 999 kilograms of punch force. No, it has already exceeded the machine's measurement limit. This, Mr. Bang, strength test, full marks. During this time, Lanny used her phone to have a colleague from the information department look up Bangu's information, and she couldn't help but gasp. This little old man in front of her was actually a powerhouse. By the time Bangu's test results came out, she had already become an fangirl of the old man. Amazing. Master Bangu, what incredible skill. Bangu nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with the young girl's reaction. It seems this old man's charm hasn't diminished. He glanced at Josen, and the old man's face fell. What are you spacing out for, you brat? I'm putting on such a show, and you're not even watching. Josen indeed didn't pay attention to the old man, who was now puffing out his beard and glaring. His attention was fully focused on a purple card in his hand. Fantasy card. Water stream breathing method. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Introduction. The basic breathing method for water stream rock smashing fist. Effect 1. Water breathing. Regulates and amplifies physical strength and water stream energy through a special breathing method, greatly enhancing attack power and speed, and capable of deflecting and weakening enemy attacks. Josen. After Saitama, a second target for wool shearing has appeared. Also, didn't the fantasy card turn into an egg and enter the upgrade phase? How does it still have energy to cause trouble? Summoning a stack of materialized cards in his hand, Josen suddenly understood that his stand had completed its evolution and seemed to have awakened a new stand ability. Then it's fine. Fantasy cards. Panel. Destructive power D, speed D, precision C, development potential A, durability A, range B. First ability, card mastery. Grants the concept of cards to objects, creating fantasy cards and controlling their power. Second ability, destiny draw. Randomly draws one fantasy card each day, drawing chances can accumulate. Third ability, element retrieval. Randomly collects fragments of extraordinary elements within a 10-meter radius to create fantasy cards. C rank, equivalent to an ordinary human. Receiving feedback from his stand, Josen learned the results of this version update. The biggest change was the third ability awakened by fantasy cards, which added a passive retrieval function to the previous active card creation. The condition was that the dropped extraordinary elements needed to appear within 10 meters of Josen, and the probability, like Destiny Draw, was random. A series of powerful heroes and monsters flashed before Josen's eyes, and finally, their images all turned into large, long-haired sheep ready for shearing. Slurp. Saitama was no longer alone in the sheepfold, and Josen couldn't help but shed tears of relief. In addition to the new stand ability, the fantasy cards panel also improved a bit compared to its initial state. Destructive power and speed increased from E rank, which was almost 0, to D rank, and range also increased by one stage, reaching B rank. Although it's still pretty useless. The increase in range is understandable. The maximum range for the third ability's element retrieval is 10 meters, which can be considered a detached skill. But what's the use of increased destructive power and speed? It's not like he's going to materialize the stand and throw it at people, right? Unable to figure it out, Josen shook his head and put away his stand. He was met with an unfriendly old face, which belonged to Bangu. Hey, I say, Josen, my boy, are you dissatisfied with this old man's performance? Seeing that the situation was not good, Josen denied it 3 times. I didn't, it wasn't me, don't talk nonsense. Then you. Just as Bangu was about to question further, he saw Josen pat his chest, and then Bangu's eyes widened in astonishment, almost falling out of his head. What did he see? In 2 or 3 breaths, a familiar aura, one he knew all too well, inexplicably rose from the young man. The aura of Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist. How could this be? The old man's pupils trembled, then his eyes were filled with nothing but fervent excitement. What unpolished jade. This is a priceless dog-head gold nugget. I tried to imitate your breathing method from before, master. Do you see any problems? Josen asked with a conciliatory smile. Although doing so would completely expose himself, the old man wasn't bad, and there was no harm in making another friend. The key was that Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist was so appealing. Of course, becoming a disciple was impossible, never in this lifetime. Otherwise, if they all played together, wouldn't he be on the same generation as Genos? Pant, pant. As expected of a martial arts grandmaster, Bangu quickly calmed his mind. Past experience told him that taking on disciples should never be rushed. He coughed twice, regaining his previous master's demeanor, and said with a smile, "You imitated it very well, no problems at all. Be sure to visit my dojo when you have time, and we can discuss it in more depth." Josen immediately seized the opportunity. All right, no problem. Now it's your turn, Mr. Josen. Then I'll make a fool of myself. Miss Lanny. Josen clenched his fists and turned to the blonde woman with big waves who was almost drooling. If I accidentally break it, I don't have to pay, right? Lanny was startled by this, but a staff member nearby chuckled. Please rest assured, we have plenty of testing machines here. It's fine even if you break it. That's good. Josen nodded. As he spoke, his eyes turned silver white, and azure spiritual flames, wrapped in a layer of lightning release, appeared around his body. Secret art. Lightning armor advanced. Lightning release chakra mode. Stepping back and turning halfway, terrifying power, accompanied by twisting waist strength, suddenly erupted. His lightning-wrapped right hand drew an afterimage as it struck the testing machine's pad. Bang! A powerful burst of airflow erupted, sending Lanny's skirt, the staff member's white coat, and Bangu's beard flying backward. The expressions of the 3 people present didn't change much, mainly because they were numb from the electricity. The testing machine, which was said to be able to withstand a direct attack from a demon-level monster, had been reduced to a pile of metal scraps sparking with electricity, embedded in the wall 20 meters away. The staff member, who had thought Josen was exaggerating just a moment ago, twitched his mouth, on the verge of tears. You don't have to pay, but you didn't have to actually smash it. Lanny came back to her senses, her eyes shining. A superpower user and a martial arts master. Bringing in 2 great powerhouses in one day was incredibly profitable. Bangu's thoughts were even more directly written on his face. This kid is also a superpower user. Now, taking him as a disciple will be even harder. Mr. Josen, full marks. The scorekeeper stiffly announced Joseon's score, and Lanny quickly led the two to continue the tests. No matter what, these two absolutely had to be secured today. Joseon and Bangu did not disappoint the association. From the strength test onwards, they successively broke all records for every assessment item. Rope skipping, high jump, weightlifting, lateral jumps, 1500-meter sprint one after another, data breaking human limits was recorded, exciting everyone who was following the test. An ace. We are about to have RZ City's ace hero. That's right. And two aces. All report to headquarters immediately. The Z City branch of the Hero Association, having realized they'd found a treasure, began operating as efficiently as a high-powered engine. Joseon and Bang returned to the locker room to change into their own clothes and were invited by Lanny to the reception room for tea. At this time, the Hero Association had not yet implemented the written exam. Completing all physical test items was considered finished. According to Lanny's introduction, the Hero Association currently only had 3 ranks, A, B, and C. The evaluation for these ranks primarily looked at 4 aspects: monster subjugation record, combat ability, social contribution, and public popularity. Each aspect accounted for 25% of the score, which was calculated weekly to determine hero ranks and standings. In other words, being a strong fighter didn't necessarily guarantee an A- rank. Joseon and Bang, who had joined midway, were among those invited. Their immense strength would certainly give them a boost in the initial ranking, but the rest would depend on factors like subsequent hero activities and fan popularity as they competed for rankings with other heroes. Rankings aren't important. This old man isn't here to take away the livelihoods of youngsters. I feel the same way, but feel free to contact me if you encounter a monster you can't handle. Alright. Seeing that neither of them cared much about rankings, Lanny felt a bit discouraged, but she quickly perked up. The results of this morning's tests have been reported to headquarters. The association needs to deliberate internally to decide your hero ranks and standings. You'll likely be notified within 3 days. So we're done. My old back can finally get some rest. Bang rubbed his back with a pained expression, then rolled his shoulders, looking like he was on his last legs. It's about time for lunch. Want to find a place for a drink. This old geezer is quite the trickster. Who is he trying to fool with that act? Joseon watched the old man's practiced performance and, after a thought, nodded. How about coming to my place? I'll whip up a few dishes and let you, master, taste my vintage 1982 beer. Ah, you can cook, young Joseon. Then this old man must have a taste. But what on earth is 1982 beer? Just a silly, stale meme tilde. Is that so? Lanny. As they spoke, the two newly recruited heroes had already walked out of the reception room, leaving her no chance to interject. From the looks of it, they had no intention of staying any longer. Upholding her professionalism, Lanny hurried after them, escorting the two seniors all the way to the entrance of the branch and handing them her business card. Please contact me anytime if anything comes up. This is my number. Sure thing. Will do. After handing out the 2 business cards, Lanny watched the backs of the old and young pair as they strolled away and disappeared around the street corner, then took a deep breath. Under the gazes of the surrounding rough men, the blonde beauty's enthusiastic expression turned into icy coldness. She elegantly pushed up her wine-red glasses and turned to walk quickly back toward the branch building. She had to hurry and handle the ranking matters for Joseon and the other. On the way back, Joseon took Bang to a convenience store. Seeing him skillfully picking out ingredients and fruit, the old man couldn't help but remark, there aren't many young people these days who can settle down and cook for themselves. Mr. Joseon, you really are multi-talented. Mainly because I'm not busy with work and have mastered a tiny bit of superpower. Those corporate drones already have it hard enough at work, they don't have the energy to spend on cooking. Walking out of the convenience store, Joseon turned the bags he had bought into cards, and his hands were suddenly empty. Bang! Watching the items in Joseon's hands vanish into thin air, Bang's lip twitched. I have to say, your superpower is truly convenient. Joseon nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. The two were chatting pleasantly when suddenly, 2 dark figures passed through a nearby alley. Shouts rang out during the chase. Stop. Don't run. Joseon raised an eyebrow, his powerful perception immediately identified the pursuer. A black-haired male, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing an old blue tracksuit. It was Saitama. And the target he was chasing, though humanoid and wearing a green jacket, had blue skin and emitted a strange aura that clearly marked him as non-human. Bang, whose five senses were equally sharp, also noticed the anomaly. Mr. Josen, those two who just passed by. Exchanging a glance, the two quickly reached a consensus. Let's follow and see. X2. A dead end. Did you think you could escape? A cold male voice came from above. The blue-skinned monster, Frog Man, broke into a sweat. He pointed indignantly at the dark figure silhouetted against the sun above and demanded, "What a persistent guy. Who are you?" "Me." Saitama stood on the rooftop railing of a four-story building, looking down as he replied, "I'm someone who is a hero for fun." Sunlight poured from behind him, making his shadowed figure look incredibly imposing. With that, he bent his knees, exerted force, and leapt down. After several months of training, although he still couldn't quite adapt to the terrifying training regimen he had set for himself, it was clear that his trained body had become much stronger than before. A mere 4 stories. Rip. A sharp sound of tearing fabric rang out. Saitama landed steadily, but simultaneously felt a chill on his lower body. Looking down, his already patched-up tracksuit pants had snagged on something and ripped open from the buttocks down, revealing pink boxers and turning into little more than rags. No wonder it felt chilly. Ah! Saitama instinctively reached back to cover his backside, his originally cool entrance turning awkward in an instant. Slap. X2. On a higher rooftop, the two men witnessing this scene both facepalmed. Josen had originally been eager to introduce Saitama to Bang, but now. "Mr. Josen, do you know that guy down there?" "Don't ask me, if you do, the answer is no." Ha ha ha. Seeing Saitama's embarrassing state, the previously nervous frog man burst out laughing. "A hero with a stupid look like that. You chased this granddaddy through 3 streets. I thought you were someone impressive. Wait, huh?" Frog man's trash talk stopped mid-sentence. Meeting Saitama's serious gaze, his heart inexplicably trembled. Bam! 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 Ah! Help! Mercy! Granddaddy, mercy! After a brutal beating, the stolen audiovisual discs in Frog Man's pockets scattered across the ground, covered in green monster fluids. In this state, even if they're recovered, they're useless. Standing before the unconscious Frog Man, Saitama disgustedly shook the slime off his hands and complained with a frown. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, and he calmly looked up toward a certain spot. "Who's there?" "Nice fighting, young man. Interested in learning what martial arts are all about?" "We meet again, Saitama. You looked really cool when you jumped, but you really dropped the ball on the landing." Saitama. Two figures landed lightly on the ground from high above, without kicking up even a speck of dust. It's Josen. Saitama realized, immediately relaxing. Although he didn't recognize the leering old man next to Officer Josen, anyone with him certainly wouldn't be a bad person. "I saw this kid stealing while passing an audiovisual store and chased him all the way here," Saitama explained, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry for making a fool of myself. What's there to laugh at?" Josen shook his head, retorting with a serious face. "All I see is a noble character. You truly are the friend I've acknowledged." As he spoke, he calmly pocketed a brand new limiter fragment. Bang also nodded with a smile. Having the courage to face a mysterious being is already a rare quality. "Are you a hero too, young man? Haha, is the evaluation of me really that high?" Getting affirmation from the two, Saitama felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "To be precise, I'm still in the process of training to become a hero. I'm still far from it." "Is that so? You're quite humble." Hearing Saitama's words, Bang nodded inwardly, his impression of him improving further. However, why does it feel like this kid, just like Josen, has no interest in martial arts? At this thought, the old man's good mood collapsed, and he fell into a state of emo. Contrary to the old man, Josen was in a very good mood right now. With a reach of his hand, another limiter fragment was added to his card library. Perfect. By the way, Saitama, have you had lunch yet? If not, join us. We're planning to go to my place for a drink. Josen asked casually, making a drinking gesture with his hand. Gurgle. A strange sound echoed in the alley, and the three men's eyes immediately focused on the source. Saitama's stomach. Key element detected. Josen immediately waved his hand, signaling Saitama that no more words were needed. Alright, I understand. X2. My clothes got torn again by accident, so I want to go to a clothing store first. Saitama had more or less gotten used to Josen's enthusiasm. He nodded and tugged at his heavily damaged sweatpants, indicating, I know a shop owner who's a very nice person, sometimes he doesn't even charge me. Ah. Josen was about to say he could wear his, but then he thought that friendship needs to be equal, wouldn't constant giving turn into charity. Alright then, we'll wait for you at my place. Hurry up. Roger that. Watching Saitama dash off, Josen looked at the motionless mysterious being on the ground and thought for a moment. Mr. Bang, how about contacting Lanny to handle this? It's not good to just leave a mysterious being lying here. Indeed, Bang agreed. Calling Lanny to explain the situation, Josen specifically mentioned that the mysterious being was dealt with by Saitama. But as soon as Lanny heard the other party wasn't a registered professional hero, her interest waned instantly. She only repeatedly promised to send someone over immediately to handle the aftermath. Josen didn't intend to make decisions for Saitama either. After all, Saitama himself didn't care about such empty fame. A certain bald head with an anxious face. Hey, I do care about the bounty on mysterious beings. Sizzle. The pungent aroma of cooking rose in the kitchen, only to be whisked away by the strong suction of the range hood. Many ingredients floated around Josen, obediently washing themselves before landing on the cutting board to be sliced into appropriate sizes by the kitchen knife, and then jumping into the pot one by one. This was followed by perfectly proportioned seasonings and sauces. The whole process was orderly, the one holding the ladle only needed to handle the stir-frying. He could even be lazier and leave it entirely to his psychokinesis. In the living room, Saitama and Bang held their teacups, their eyes synchronized as they peered at the person performing maneuvers in the kitchen. Even the singing and dancing idols on the TV lost their appeal at this moment. Superpowers are truly such a cheat. Saitama muttered, his gaze meeting Bang's. X2. Hey, the chicken soup is here tilde. Josen, wearing an apron, brought over a large pot of chicken soup with several plates of hot dishes floating beside him. Since there are three of us, let's have hot pot. I've also stir-fried a few side dishes to go with the drinks. We're not stopping until we're drunk today. With a clap of his hands, a large amount of fresh ingredients from the convenience store were released from fantasy cards, and the electric hot pot began to boil. Bubble bubble bubble. The aroma of the rich broth, simmered from a whole chicken, filled the air, assaulting the taste buds of the three people present. Soon, the large coffee table was gradually filled. As Josen brought out several crates of beer, both chilled and at room temperature, the eyes of Bang and Saitama grew solemn. At this moment, their masculine intuition told them in unison. This will be a war. That night, after seeing off the drunken Bang and Saitama, Josen stretched and activated his psychokinesis to clean up the messy battlefield. One of these two was a powerful martial artist, and the other was the bald demon king who would stand at the peak of the world. Josen was perfectly confident in their safety. Instead, the mysterious beings of Z City had better burn incense and pray to the gods that they don't run into them when they go out. Last month, even with the 4 rounds of 10 pulls from mysterious being drops, he hadn't managed to get anything good. Yet, the water stream breathing method he plucked from Bang today turned out to be the third SR card since his transmigration. Josen was speechless, though his physique had become even tougher under the increasingly solid bonuses to his 4 main attributes. Especially with the increase in his spirit power, his use of psychokinesis became more adept, to the point where he even considered changing classes to become a turret mage for a while. Unfortunately, he hadn't unlocked the illumination spell yet, so that idea had been shelved until now. Today, another 10 pull was ready, and with his stand finished upgrading, a certain someone's card addiction flared up. My turn, draw. Speed, N, attribute card, description omitted. Constitution, N, attribute card, description omitted. Strength, N, attribute card, description omitted. Constitution, N, attribute card, description omitted. Strength, N, attribute card, description omitted. Constitution, N, attribute card, description omitted. Strength, N, attribute card, description omitted. Strength, N, attribute card, description omitted. Spirit, SR, attribute card, 100 units of spirit attribute, description omitted. AT Field, SR, ability card, a soul substance, spiritual power, unique to living beings in the EVA world. It is the heart's wall that separates oneself from the ego and the objective world, also known as the absolute terror field. A god tier draw. 2 consecutive purple glows were blinding. Josen rubbed his eyes hard before confirming he wasn't dreaming. No way, nothing for a month, and now they're all coming at once. 3 SR cards in a single day. But you can never have too many of these. Wiping away his drool and putting away his ugly expression of someone who had just successfully smuggled into Europe. With good luck, Josen followed his routine, strengthening his attributes while holding 2 purple cards in his hands. After reading the card information, his expression became increasingly strange. Fantasy card. AT Field. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Introduction. A soul substance unique to life in the EVA world, the wall of the heart, that separates oneself from the ego and the objective world, also known as the absolute terror field. Effect 1. Soul manifestation. Converts mental energy into special soul substance. Effect 2. Unfold absolute terror field. Possesses powerful defensive capabilities against general physical, energy, and high temperature attacks, highly condensed to block external matter or apply counter force. Effect 3. Field manipulation. Capable of freely generating and controlling the field for uses such as impact, defense, intrusion, neutralization, and reversal. The unprecedented mental attribute purple card went without saying, the kind where one card was worth 100 mental N cards. Its effect was simple and direct, nearly doubling Josen's current mental energy. The other purple card was even more extraordinary. In the neighboring, orange juice world, it was known as a mental ability where the more socially withdrawn one was, the more invincible they became. In the hands of an angel or a withdrawn child, it could easily destroy heaven and earth. After touching the domain of God, creating or destroying worlds would be a trivial matter. It's just that I am not socially withdrawn. Glancing at the mental purple card in his hand, Josen immediately had an answer. Once the miscellaneous attribute enhancements were finished, it was time for the main course. He slapped the 2 purple cards into his chest one after another. A cool energy surrounded his brain, and his mental energy, originally the size of a lake, began to surge like a rising tide, its total volume skyrocketing. Simultaneously, his mind and even his indescribable soul underwent an expansion similar to the gestation and growth of life. Like a seed taking root and sprouting into a towering tree, it projected from nothingness into reality, transforming into a physical entity with weight. In front of him, the air spontaneously condensed into interlocking polygonal crystalline barriers. A deep blue light flowed within them, appearing like fragile, ephemeral bubbles one moment and indestructible, ancient boulders the next. Enhancement complete. Josen opened his eyes and carefully examined the absolute terror field that had spontaneously unfolded before him. Reaching out to touch it, he could clearly feel the physical existence of this barrier. Its strength far exceeded the mental force fields he had crudely fashioned through telekinesis before. Clenching his fist, he tried a punch. His fist, carrying about half his strength, struck the absolute terror field, sending out ripples of brilliant polygonal light that shimmered outward. Centering on the point of impact, the kinetic energy applied to the absolute terror field was dispersed and transmitted in the form of mechanical waves until it was completely neutralized. It only caused a visible vibration of the soul substance, with no decay in the structural strength of the field barrier. The only drawback was likely the rate of mental energy consumption. To maintain this barrier, Josen's forehead broke into a light sweat. His mental energy, now twice its previous amount, was constantly condensing into manifested soul substance and being poured into the field. At the moment of impact, the flow rate of mental energy increased exponentially. Josen estimated that simply maintaining it would last about 10 minutes. If he were caught in a high-intensity battle, that time would likely be shortened by more than tenfold. It depended on the intensity of the enemy's attacks. Stopping the output of mental energy, the absolute terror field dissipated. Josen breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his weary brow. It seemed that even his current self wasn't enough to unleash the true power of the AT field. In battle, he would probably have to toggle it on and off just to get by. He was still suffering from not being socially withdrawn enough. However, as a cheater, Josen wasn't worried. According to the speed at which he was growing stronger, by the time Tatsumaki joined the Hero Association, it was anyone's guess who would hold the position of the association's strongest esper. Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist Dojo. Hey! Ha! In the early morning, Bang was leading his disciples in morning exercises. At this time, the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist Dojo was still a scene of prosperity, with dozens of disciples practically filling the entire martial arts field. However, behind the prosperity was a sense of desolation. Despite the large number of people, very few were capable of inheriting his legacy. Chirenko, put more strength into your waist. Is this soft, weak punch what I taught you? Yes, yes, master. After helping a hard-working but untalented young disciple correct his posture, Bang's gaze fell upon another disciple. Only 15 years old but already nearly 1.8 meters tall, his natural white hair was parted into two tufts on his head. His talent was top tier, but his personality was cold. He almost never interacted with his fellow disciples and did everything alone. Garo. Bang once thought this boy was the one he was looking for, but after half a year of observation, the doubts in his heart only grew. He always felt that beneath that cold face, there were things hidden that even he couldn't see through. He would observe a bit longer. As Bang was thinking, his ears suddenly twitched. Continue practicing. Yes. The disciples responded in unison. Bang's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the dojo's main gate. On the mountain path, a young figure was slowly ascending. Bang raised an eyebrow, a look of joy appearing on his face. It was Josen. Immediately, his joyful expression slumped. This brat. He actually floated all the way up. Think you're so great just because you have superpowers. The old man roared in his heart. When Josen reached him, he gave a fake smile and greeted him. Ah, it's Mr. Josen. Don't you have to work during the day? How do you have time to wander over to my place? Josen. What's this? Did the old man eat gunpowder? Why is he being so prickly first thing in the morning? You weren't like this yesterday when we were drinking together with our arms around each other's shoulders. Fine, I have a favor to ask, so I won't argue with you, old man. Landing on the ground, Josen snapped his fingers, and 2 tea gift boxes were released from a fantasy card into his hands. Since he was thick-skinned anyway, he gave a cheeky grin and presented the gifts. I apologize for the unannounced visit, but I have a small matter I'd like to ask the master to help with. Bang glanced at the gift boxes, recalling the price he'd seen in the shop. How many zeros was it again? His expression softened slightly as he naturally took the gifts. Leading Josen inside, he promised, whatever it is, just say the word. This old man will certainly do his best to help. I'll thank the master in advance then. Passing through the training field in the courtyard, Josen came face to face with a cold-looking white-haired youth. Oh, isn't this Garo? Haven't seen him in a few days, and wait no, he's leveling up. Seeing the youthful, green version of Garo, a certain someone suddenly felt a bit of mischievous intent. The moment their eyes met, he activated his telekinesis. The young Garo shuddered, feeling a heavy pressure block his chest. By the time he regained his senses, the visitor had already walked into the inner dojo with the old man, and he hadn't even clearly seen the person's face. Was it that person? Garo clutched his chest uncomfortably, gasping for air. His innate intuition immediately sensed the truth. In an instant, he nearly ground his teeth to pieces. That hateful guy. What do you mean by wanting me to help you with your training? Inexplicable images of flirtatious scenes flashed through the old man's mind, and he quickly shook his head to cast aside those improper thoughts. What kind of strange wording is that? Although the old man was puzzled, his body habitually assumed the posture of a master. He slowly took a sip of hot tea before speaking. If you want to learn martial arts, according to the dojo's rules, you have to pay the tuition fee first. Martial arts. Who told you I wanted to train in martial arts? Bang. Seeing the old man about to glare, Josen quickly said, I've recently mastered a new superpower, so I specifically took a day off to ask the master to accompany me for some special training. After hearing this, Bang sighed. Starting from today, I hate superpowers. But what can I do? I've already accepted the gift. Looking Josen up and down, the boy looking as sunny as ever, Bang recalled the scene of this fellow smashing a testing machine with one punch and quickly gave him a warning. Let's get this straight, I won't accompany you in practicing that electricity releasing superpower of yours. Ah, this. Josen opened his hand, and a burst of lightning erupted in his palm, which he then casually extinguished. Don't worry, this time it's a brand new ability. Bang. What does this brat mean? Is he showing off his power? The old man sighed inwardly, feeling that the possibility of taking him as a disciple was becoming increasingly slim. It makes sense. With so many strange superpowers, given how shrewd this kid is, it would be a miracle if he were interested in martial arts. Boom, boom, boom. Startling dull thuds echoed from the back mountain, causing even the dojo's floor to vibrate. Feeling the tremors beneath their feet from time to time, the disciples of the Waterstream Dojo were already numb to it. Can humans really produce such terrifying sounds during training? The master's level is truly beyond what us mortals can look up to. In the crowd, Garo gave a light snort. Annoying fellow, one day. The scene shifts to the back mountain of the dojo. Boom. Without the mountain peaks to block it, the dull thuds transformed into terrifying explosions. Two extremely fast figures chased each other across the ground and through the sky, occasionally intertwining and clashing. The loud noises heard in the dojo were exactly the sounds of the two clashing. Josen's figure stabilized in the sky after being sent flying. His bare upper body was covered in sweat, and the AT field in front of him shattered and dissipated like a mirage. Even he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Hey, a punch of this level would be fatal if it hit someone, right? Old man, you're playing for real. It's, master, when you need something and, old man, when you don't, huh? On the ground, Bang cracked his neck, took off his shirt, and tossed it aside, revealing a lean body that was inhumanly strong. He complained, brat, that ghost-like field superpower of yours hurts a lot when it hits too. Josen's mouth twitched. Didn't you tell me to use more force? We agreed on training, not a life or death struggle. Hey. Bang gave a wicked smile, as if a corner of some seal within him had been unraveled. How can it be called training if it's not treated as a life or death struggle? Take this. Piercing fang. The old man instantly crossed a distance of 30 meters to strike in the sky, a lethally sharp intent emanating from his two-fingered piercing strike. Holy crap. The flow of time suddenly slowed down. The absolute terror field expanded to block the incoming strike, the barrier formed by soul matter fluctuating violently, almost reaching its limit. Before he could catch his breath, a continuous, water-like offensive followed, as relentless as a tide, with earth-shattering heavy blows hidden within it from time to time. Boom boom boom. The barrier formed by the absolute terror field nearly collapsed under the pervasive assault. Josen, who could only barely hold on, was being driven to the brink of death by the old man's sneaky underhanded moves. However, pain and pleasure are equal. The more he got beaten, the faster his proficiency with the AT field grew. As his control improved, he could last longer under the hands of the little old man who was going all out. Holding a cup of hot tea, Bang sighed with a chuckle. When one gets old, one really should exercise with all their might. A straight line of white steam puffed from his mouth, and his whole state was like he had just come out of a bathhouse, his expression indescribably relaxed. Hee. Josen, who had voluntarily come to be a punching bag for a day, made the sound of a total sucker. That old geezer, he got so carried away he didn't know when to hold back. However, there were still gains. Fantasy card. Body flicker technique. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Description. The footwork essentials of the Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist. Effect 1. Shunpo. Use special footwork to move as fluidly and rapidly as flowing water. Josen quietly learned the purple card in his hand. Ding. Wool +1. The smile on Bang's face suddenly froze. In an instant, that familiar scent came from Josen again, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could that brat have stolen and learned something else again? You haven't even officially become a disciple yet. After spending a day at the Waterstream dojo, Josen felt he had gained a lot. Although Bang was a reluctant sparring partner, once the training actually started, he entered the state of a master teacher. Having always followed an unorthodox path, it was difficult to correct his established combat habits, but Josen still learned by analogy and discovered many previously overlooked deficiencies. For example, spider sense. Up until now, he had been using the passive warning of spider sense to fight and had never thought about developing it further. When facing an opponent of Bang's caliber, the spider sense that worked well even against demon-level monsters became somewhat ineffective. Their strength and speed were roughly on par, but the gap in experience and technique was too vast. Even if he observed the opponent's attack trajectory in advance, he couldn't distinguish between truth and feints, let alone react to subsequent variations. The result was getting beaten up. Fortunately, the defensive power of the absolute terror field was strong enough. Although the old man hit hard, he didn't really intend to assault a police officer. After the day, aside from a severe depletion of mental energy and a slightly pale face, he was mostly fine. Taking a beating was nothing. What mattered was discovering the loopholes and deficiencies in his own ability system. After all, only in this way could it help too. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The development of abilities cannot be achieved overnight. Now that he had a general direction, what mattered was that he would eventually settle today's score. Do you want to stay for a casual meal? One of my disciples has pretty good cooking skills. Bang felt quite satisfied today. Initially, he felt a bit unhappy realizing a move had been stolen, but by now, he wished he could keep Josen for 3 days and nights. With his strength, finding a punching bag durable enough wasn't easy. Thinking about it this way, signing up for the hero recruitment was indeed a correct choice. No thanks, I've got no appetite. Goodbye. The old geezer offered his invitation with a smile, while Josen squinted and rubbed his temples, refusing 3 times over. Come again next time tilde. Next time for sure not. Bang waved with a chuckle, but when he suddenly saw Josen turn around with a mischievous grin, the smile on his face instantly froze. Sure enough, the energy of the Waterstream rock-smashing fist suddenly erupted from the kid's body. His footwork shifted, turning his form into a blur, and in the blink of an eye, he had already descended halfway down the mountain along the steps. Bang took a deep breath and, with his hands behind his back, turned back toward the dojo with an expressionless face. It's common sense to formally request apprenticeship before learning martial arts, you bastard. Slurp. After arriving home, he cooked himself 2 packs of instant noodles. To supplement his nutrition, he added cooked braised beef, vegetables, and 5 eggs. Once the large pot of noodles was ready, Josen picked up some noodles to take a bite when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hello, this is Josen. Mr. Josen, it's Saitama. Oh, it's Saitama. Is there something you need? Evening, at a telephone booth. Saitama glanced at the group of monsters and bountied criminals tied up in a circle behind him and said, It's like this, I caught a bunch of bad guys, including a monster. Since I remembered Mr. Josen is a police officer, I called you to report it. A bunch of bad guys and a monster. The amount of information provided by those keywords left Josen a bit dazed. The key point was that the normal reporting process isn't calling a police friend's private phone. However, thinking of Saitama's thought process, he still expressed understanding. Alright, I got it. Where do you live? I'll head over right away. I live at. Using telekinesis to grab a pen and paper to note down the address Saitama described, Josen directly picked up the pot and finished the noodles in a few hurried bites. The scalding food went down into his stomach in gulps, transforming into energy to replenish his body, which was hungry after the special training. After eating and drinking his fill, Josen made 2 phone calls. Then, he opened the balcony door, wrapped his entire body in deep blue telekinetic energy, and soared into the sky. 10 minutes later. Upon receiving Josen's information, the police station immediately dispatched a SWAT team. With armored vehicles leading the way, they roared all the way to the bottom of Saitama's apartment building, a row of simple 2-story rental units. Because it was remote and the rent was cheap, the residents were a mixed bag. It had long since developed into a criminal den known in urban legends as the crime department store. Only someone as thick-skinned as Saitama could live there for so long before noticing anything unusual. Of course, with his financial resources, he didn't have any better options. A group of SWAT officers armed with live ammunition filed out of the police cars and quickly took control of the situation. At the same time, the Hero Association, having received the news, also hurried over under Lanny's leadership. The two sides happened to run right into each other. At this moment, Josen was pulling Saitama aside to ask about the specific details. It turned out that while picking up his clothes, Saitama learned that the clothing store owner's cash flow was tight and he had borrowed money from a loan shark. He could only use the shop to pay off the debt. Driven by his sense of justice, Saitama decided to help the owner solve this trouble. Who would have known that the loan shark's office was right next door to his own rental apartment? The loan shark boss even transformed into a dark goldfish monster in front of him. Although not strong, it was disgusting. To the point that his newly mended tracksuit had split open again. Underground high-interest loans, underwear thieves, counterfeit money factories. I never thought mending a piece of clothing could cause so much trouble. I can only say, that's just like you. Is that a compliment? I feel like something's not quite right. Just take it as a compliment, Josen said, pulling Saitama between the two groups of police and Hero Association personnel who were currently bickering. Come, tell them what happened one more time. I have to say it again. It's so troublesome. Good grief, you know it's troublesome. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. For the remaining matters, the association can coordinate directly with the police station. Thank you, Mr. Josen. The association is currently preparing to build the world's most advanced monster prison. I will persuade the police to hand that goldfish monster over to us. Lanny stood tall, her chest thrust out, her face full of gratitude. If there are any more harvests like this in the future, please be sure to contact us. All right, definitely. Josen thought of Saitama, who was currently giving his statement because he hated trouble. By the way, that monster was defeated by Saitama alone. He was also the one who defeated the frog man last time. Do you want to meet him? Oh, is he a friend of yours, Mr. Josen? Of course. When I go back, I can even apply for a reward from the association to be given to an enthusiastic citizen like him. It's not about the reward. Seeing that Lanny had no intention of recruiting Saitama at all, Josen could only let it go. As a friend, he didn't want his relationship with Saitama to turn into that kind of vulgar monetary relationship. Saitama. No, I am vulgar. By the time everything was handled, it was already late at night. After seeing off the large group of police, Saitama always felt like he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember it for the moment. Then he wouldn't think about it. Saitama habitually filtered out some of life's trivial matters, to the point that he forgot the news had mentioned that bounties for criminals could be collected. Thus, a certain hairless man plagued by bad luck missed out on another batch of easily obtainable money. Josen, do you want to come up and sit for a bit? My place isn't big, but I still have tea. That sounds good. After tossing and turning for half the night, a cup of tea would be nice. Josen stretched. Then I'll be troubling you. The two of them went upstairs together to Saitama's room. Just as he had said, the place was very small, and it was piled with clutter from the entrance to the living room. Don't mind the mess. A drop of cold sweat formed on Saitama's forehead. He didn't usually notice it when he was alone, but only when a guest came over did he realize his home was actually so messy. After a frantic rush to clear a spot to sit, Saitama turned on the TV while he busied himself with boiling water and making tea. Josen knew Saitama's financial situation and didn't mind, sitting down cross-legged. Before his butt could even get warm, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was quite loud. It's so late, who is it? Seeing that Saitama was pouring water, Josen stood up to go open the door. Coming. Opening the door, an old lady with a gloomy expression stood outside. Since it was Josen who opened the door, and she recognized him as one of the police officers who had just dealt with the criminals, her originally aggressive aura instantly faltered. Isn't it that guy? Are you looking for Saitama? Seeing the old lady nod, Josen turned back toward the room and shouted, Saitama, someone's looking for you. Coming. Saitama finished steeping the tea and walked over a few steps. Once he saw the person clearly, he immediately wanted to close the door. Seeing Saitama show his face, the old lady's expression darkened, and the murderous intent from when she was knocking resurfaced. You there, come out here and talk to me. Ah, I have to go out. What a pain. Saitama's face stiffened as he walked out reluctantly. That, Josen, you sit for a bit. The tea is already poured. I'm going out for a moment. No problem. Bang. The door was slammed shut by the old lady, and a sharp roar could be faintly heard from outside. Josen picked up his teacup and comfortably took 2 sips. The tea leaves were average, but he wasn't picky, he was just enjoying the relaxing process. Bang. Bang. Another sound of a door closing. Josen looked back, it was Saitama. His expression was a complex mix of 30% calm, 30% helplessness, 30% embarrassment, and 10% bewilderment. How was it? Who was that old lady? That old hag is the landlady. Saitama sat down opposite Josen and took a sip from his teacup. Since the rent is 3 months overdue, she told me to move out by tomorrow. By tomorrow? Good grief, she might as well have just told you to get lost right now. Ah, but didn't you help her deal with all those problem tenants? Why won't she give you any slack at all? That's exactly why. Since the police arrested all her tenants, there's no one left to pay rent, so the old hag told me to scram. Josen's apartment. Slurp slurp, X2. Since Saitama hadn't had dinner yet, and Josen had worked up an appetite helping him pack, the first thing they did upon arriving home was cook. For the sake of convenience and speed, the first choice was naturally Josen's special upgraded version of instant noodles. And so, the sound of slurping noodles on the balcony doubled. It's a good thing you're here, Josen. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have found a place to stay today. You've been a huge help. Saitama chewed on a large chunk of boiled beef. But don't worry, I'll move out as soon as possible. I'm really sorry for the trouble. A limiter fragment generated as a hair fell from the back of Saitama's head. Josen snatched it with lightning speed. It's fine. The guest room here is always empty anyway. You can stay for as long as you like. Feeling a breeze behind his head, Saitama turned around but found nothing. Though puzzled, he didn't think much of it and turned back to focus on his noodles. The next day, Josen went to the police station, showed his face to his superiors, handled a few backlogged reports, and then set out on patrol on his moped. Even though I have privileges, I can't skip work all the time. After honestly completing a day's work, Josen returned to the apartment building and saw Saitama walking down the stairs carrying a large box in each hand. What's up, Saitama? Have you already found a place? Yeah, Saitama stacked the cardboard boxes onto an old handcart he'd found somewhere and wiped away some sweat. The owner of the tailor shop said there's an area in City Z that became a ghost town at some point, but the basic water and electricity haven't been cut off. I thought I'd head there and see if I can find a vacant apartment to stay in for now. Josen realized that this was when Saitama moved into the ghost town's studio apartment. Oh, that works too. I'll help you out. I'm really troubling you. Working together, Saitama's few belongings were quickly organized and piled onto the handcart. Saitama was just about to say he could handle the rest himself when he saw Josen reach out toward the fully loaded handcart. A faint blue glow flashed, and the handcart vanished instantly, like a drawing erased by an eraser. Saitama. Fantasy card. Junk handcart. Card type. Item card. Rarity. N. Description. A handcart filled with junk. On closer inspection, many items are still usable. Effect 1. Mobile dormitory. Wherever it is pushed, that is home. Effect 2. Waste recycling. Sell it to a recycling station, and you might make some profit. Josen. The moment the card was created, both men on the scene felt a bit overwhelmed. Saitama. Superpowers and the like are really convenient. Josen. Having a reliable job is really lucky. Let's go back up and check one more time. Did you forget anything? I don't really remember, but since you said so, Josen, let's check again. The two went upstairs. Saitama went into the guest room to check, and when he came out, he was holding red and yellow clothing with a bundle of white fabric in the middle. The more Josen looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This is. The tailor shop owner knew I was pursuing the path of a hero, so he gave me this hero uniform before closing down. The material is quite sturdy. Saitama unfolded the uniform, an embarrassed smile on his face. Good thing you reminded me, Josen, or I really would have forgotten it. A yellow jumpsuit, red rubber gloves and boots, and the white part was a cape that could be attached to the shoulders. Looking at this gag character-like uniform, the Saitama holding it gradually overlapped with the image of the caped Baldy. That's the one. It's fine. Even if you'd forgotten it, you could have just come to get it next time. Josen, you're a really good person. Stop giving me, good person, cards. We should get going before it gets dark. Okay. But what's a, good person, card? On the deserted streets, rows of streetlights flickered on. Vroom 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 vroom. A moped with police livery sped down the road carrying two men. The wind howled, and the one in the back seat occasionally had a few strands of hair whipped away. The one in the front seat remained unfazed, clear azure flames burning in his eyes. Invisible telekinesis accurately captured cards that others couldn't see and tucked them into his bag. Fantasy card. Limiter fragment X15. The number of limiter fragments collected this time had already exceeded 10, but his stand had yet to give any, fusible, feedback. Josen understood that the chance to break the limit was indeed not that easy to obtain. Following this trend, the number of limiter fragments required for fusion would only increase. Then let's have another Sichuan-style hotpot tonight. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes rang out. Saitama's body leaned forward from the inertia, and his wind-disheveled hair covered his eyes. This place is. By the time he brushed the hair away from his eyes, a gray-white residential building stood before them. One side of the balcony was made of red brick and looked somewhat dilapidated, but the roof antenna, solar panels, and other facilities were all present. It was the most intact building in the surrounding area. Is anyone home? Josen cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs. The entire street was empty, with no response other than an echo. Great, no one's here. Let's pick this place. Saitama. That's a very novel way of confirming, but I have to say, it's certainly effective. Just like the scenes they'd seen along the way, this residential building was also deserted. Saitama walked into the hallway and tested the lights. Ah, there really is electricity. Let's stay here then. Wait a minute. Saitama's movements froze, and he turned to look at Josen. Josen shook his head. I didn't say anything. It's this great one telling you two idiot humans to wait a minute. Just then, a nearby streetlight suddenly came to life. It pulled its body, which was connected to a mass of electrical wires, out of the pavement. It brandished its limbs and roared in anger. This is this great one's territory. Who gave you permission to move in without asking? This is yours truly's turf. Who gave you permission to move in here without asking? Saitama looked up, staring curiously at the streetlight monster that had grown human facial features. Do you mean I have to pay you rent? But I don't have any money. No money and you want to live here for free. No, that's not the point. The streetlight monster spread its gaunt, stick insect-like body, the face formed by its lamp head laughing hideously. Since you're here, yours truly will just have to kill you. Ahahaha. Ah. Amidst a clap of thunder, Josen activated lightning release chakra mode and leapt onto the streetlight monster's head. Heart of the Tempest was clearly positioned as a ranged assassin, yet her character card had somehow turned into a melee fighter in Josen's hands. Why bother stacking passives when you can just kill them with one punch? This is the true essence of building a mage as a tank. Without wasting any words, frantic lightning gathered in his right hand. His body pulled back like a drawn bow, and under the gaze of the now dot-eyed streetlight monster, he threw a punch without any fancy tricks. Boom. Metal was completely insignificant before a fist wrapped in lightning. With one punch, the lamp head shattered, and the rest of the body was blasted into a piece of twisted scrap metal by the lightning strike. Next time you meet a weakling who likes to blabber like that, just kill them directly. Got it. Saitama's eyes sparkled as he watched, strongly agreeing with Josen's philosophy. Using psychokinesis, Josen repaired the ground damaged by the monster. He tossed the streetlight monster's corpse into a nearby unfinished construction site and decomposed the monster card to absorb a wave of attributes. This guy looked tall and imposing, but unfortunately, he was all show and no substance. His strength was only around tiger level, and the attributes he provided were better than nothing, roughly equivalent to 1 or 2 strength N cards. As the sun set, Saitama officially moved into his tidied room. Josen brought out hotpot ingredients and beer he had prepared long ago to celebrate. Fighting on a different battlefield, Saitama's combat power had improved significantly. He shoveled scalding food into his mouth without blinking, and his magic resistance to the spicy soup base had also increased substantially. Shocked, Josen had to activate serious mode, barely managing to eat his fill under Saitama's frantic offensive. Burp. The heavy responsibility of washing the dishes is left to you. I'm heading out. Saitama. Watching the irresponsible police officer slowly fly away from the balcony, Saitama, also slumped on the floor, rubbed his belly with total satisfaction, already looking forward to the next battle. Fantasy card. Limiter Fragment X20. Fusion available. A single hotpot meal had completed the collection. The stand finally sent a message that fusion was possible. Fortunately, compared to the first time, the fragment requirement had only doubled. Josen breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought the second limiter break would require at least 100 fragments. On the way home, the card fusion was completed. Fantasy card. Limiter break Act 2. Card type. Special card. Rarity. N+. Description. Fused from unknown fragments, a conceptual power that is naturally invisible. Effect 1. Limit release. Designate any object to break through its racial growth limit once. Effect 2. Controllable break. Select a specific attribute of any object to break through its racial growth limit. The familiar bald version of Saitama appeared on the card face again. Josen's eyes lit up. The limiter break Act 2 fused from 20 fragments was indeed more powerful. The half-level increase in rarity could be ignored, but the newly appeared Effect 2, Controllable Break, was practically tailor-made for him. Why didn't it try to snatch it this time? Josen curiously summoned his stand. The stack of fantasy cards in its hand, which never changed in thickness, sent back a message of feeling aggrieved. Too full, still digesting. Tisk, you little piece of trash, you've got no stamina. The fantasy cards were sent back into the void by their master's heartless mockery. Josen then took a quick shower at top speed, wrapped a simple towel around himself, and walked out of the bathroom. Crystal clear water droplets glistened on his perfectly sculpted body, which looked as if it were cast from steel. The distribution of every muscle line almost reached the golden ratio. Man, I'm handsome. After admiring himself in the mirror for a moment, Josen prepared himself and slapped the newly acquired limiter break into his chest. Hot. It's too hot. A lava-like scorching sensation erupted from his heart and spread to his entire body in an instant. Josen was startled. He first checked the floor beneath his feet and found it undamaged. Only then did he realize that the surging heat brought by the card was tightly locked within his body. Relieved, he devoted his entire being to this unprecedented species evolution. First came the comprehensive enhancement of his own attributes and abilities. The 4-dimensional attributes under the stand system soared rapidly. After reaching the peak, they ignored the existence of racial limits, breaking through, and continuing to break through. Flesh ran wild, and the soul ascended. Compared to the strengthening from daily card draws and decomposing monster cards, the change brought by limiter break was like leaping from the steam revolution into the nuclear age. The magnitude of the two was simply from different dimensions. Next were the various abilities Josen had mastered. Spider Sense up. Psychokinesis up. 20 years of Power Punch up. AT Field up. Water Stream Breathing Method plus Body Flicker Technique Right Pointing Arrow Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist incomplete. They were few in number, yet at the same time, the wheat was separated from the chaff, and their power, speed, consumption, and proficiency were significantly improved. In terms of a martial arts world's perspective, he had gone from a mere glimpse to rudimentary understanding, all the way to being proficient and mastered. Everything happened naturally, without the slightest obstacle. Once everything settled, the scorching sensation surrounding his body receded like a tide. However, the strengthening process was not over. Strength, speed, constitution, spirit. Four attribute options appeared before his eyes like a retinal projection. Josen's will focused on the option he had long since chosen. The next moment, it happened for a second time as the energy of the limiter break surged forth once more. Spirit. Azure blue psychokinesis broke through the sea of consciousness between his brows and spread into the real world. Countless polygonal field planes constantly flickered and vanished around Josen. Creak, creak. In an instant, the sound of the apartment building's internal structure groaning under the strain reached Josen's ears. He was instantly jolted awake. By then, the spontaneously expanding psychokinesis had already enveloped the entire building. Viewed from high above, the azure glow was like neon, clearly marking this apartment building out from the ground. The psychokinesis began to retract under Josen's control, and the apartment building, having experienced an unbearable weight, slowly stabilized. But the crisis was not over, because he discovered that his usually docile psychokinesis was actually showing signs of spiraling out of control. As his gaze swept across the night sky outside the window, Josen made a split-second decision. Vast psychokinesis drove his body to flash out of the apartment like a blink. Simultaneously, an exceptionally sturdy AT field condensed beneath his feet. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The Bizarre Adventure of One Punch Man. Part 2. His muscular legs pushed off with power, and a violent sonic boom erupted. Instantly, ultra-high-frequency vibrations swept and spread in all directions. Josen's perception swept the surroundings, and he immediately noticed a crucial point. The glass of the surrounding buildings was about to suffer. With a thought, spider time stretched infinitely. Josen activated his ability, converting his pent-up psychic power into tons of soul substance. Countless AT field barriers were deployed in an instant, managing to intercept the shockwave just before the sonic boom hit. Whoosh! At this moment, Josen accelerated, ignoring gravity. He broke through the sonic barrier cloud in an instant, charging straight into the sky like a water droplet. Only then did a sigh of relaxation slowly dissipate from where he had been. Boom, boom, boom. The air resistance was easily crushed by his massive kinetic energy. The force field enveloping his body constantly adjusted, evolving into the most suitable streamlined shape for flight. Amidst continuous sonic booms, Josen's altitude kept climbing. The cool night breeze turned into a bone-chilling cold. The oxygen content in the air gradually thinned, and the plummeting temperature even reached levels that could freeze steel. Josen did not stop. His body, having achieved a limit break, quickly adapted to the harsh environment and reacted accordingly. The vibration of his muscles generated high temperatures to counter it, physically dispelling the invasion of the cold. He was still rising. His surging telekinetic power was like a torch igniting the night sky. The erupting psychic particles formed a deep blue tail flame, which was then dyed with brilliant colors by the increasingly intense cosmic rays and radiation. Having finished tidying up his new home, Saitama, who was sitting on a balcony lounge chair drinking tea, suddenly shaded his eyes with his hand and saw a brilliant starlight streak across the night sky. It's a shooting star. Saitama held his teacup and grinned. Seeing a shooting star on moving day feels like a good omen, or so the saying goes, right? That night, not only in City Z, but countless people saw the shooting star crossing the sky and made beautiful wishes. Mr. Josen, the director is looking for you. Kyoko, wearing a uniform shirt and holding a folder to her chest, came to Josen's desk. Her slender, pale hand lightly tapped the tabletop. Coming. Josen put down the case file he had just organized and stood up. Seeing Kyoko staring blankly at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Kyoko? Is there anything else?" "No, it's nothing." Kyoko snapped out of it like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushed and her eyes misty. "Mr. Josen, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like you've changed so much?" Josen followed the little policewoman's gaze and looked down, seeing his pectoral muscles, several times larger than hers, propping up his crisp uniform into a majestic silhouette. So it was that kind of big. Josen placed a finger on Kyoko's forehead and pushed the little policewoman away. Alright, you've become prettier too. Now move aside, didn't you say the director is looking for me? Air. Kyoko was ruthlessly pushed aside by a single finger. Once she realized what happened, her eyebrows shot up, and she made a face and stuck out her tongue at Josen's receding back. You jerk. I've been so proactive. Serves you right for not having a girlfriend. I heard that. Director, you wanted to see me. Take a seat. Have a look at this document. Seeing Josen enter, Chief Shang nodded and pushed a document in front of him. Josen picked it up as told, scanning it with extreme speed. The Metropolitan Police Department is organizing a special officer training camp in City A. Do you want me to participate? As an instructor. I've recommended you to serve as a training instructor. Any problem with that? None. Coming out of the director's office, Josen was still a bit dazed. Shouldn't the normal development be sending him to participate in the training, making a splash, and winning the championship for the City Z police station? How did it turn into being an instructor for me? Well, instructor it is. Either way, neither was difficult for him. The next day, the cities in this world were connected by railways. Josen boarded the bullet train from City Z to City A and arrived at the City A police headquarters by noon. Hello, how can I help you? Josen snapped back to reality and saw a capable policewoman standing in front of him, with a high ponytail, a white shirt, and blue police trousers. Phoenix eyes, an oval face, shoulder-length hair, her image was sharp, her temperament was on point, and her assets far exceeded those of a certain disgruntled little policewoman in City Z. As expected, the background girls in this world were all top tier. You could practically grab any one of them and they'd be the female lead in another story. Their eyes met. Looking at the tall young man she had to look up to, the little City A policewoman couldn't help but proudly puff out her chest. Feeling more and more eyes on him, Josen reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a letter of recommendation handwritten by Chief Shang. Officer Josen from City Z, reporting for duty as ordered. Ah, so you're a trainee for the special training group. To be precise, an instructor. Ah, an instructor. Then please follow me. Sorry for the trouble. Following the young policewoman through the check-in process, after some back and forth, Josen boarded a bus to the outskirts of City A. After an hour's drive, he arrived at a secret training base belonging to the Metropolitan Police Department. Woo! The moment he put down his luggage, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. A crowd of officers rushed to the training ground following the signs along the way. Immediately following that was a brutal, large-scale training exercise. On the rostrum, the head instructor roared at the top of his lungs. Run! Everyone run, you bunch of trash! As police officers, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourselves at any time. If you can't even handle this amount of training, how can you protect the citizens? Those who fall behind are eliminated immediately. Trash doesn't deserve to wear this uniform. You might as well hide at home and wait for the so-called heroes to protect you. Josen, who had just changed into his training gear and put on his instructor's armband. It seems I am one of those so-called heroes, right? Cough. The conflict between the police and heroes is indeed significant. After the first day of hellish training ended, quite a few promising candidates were screened from the trainees. Josen judged them according to the Hero Association standards. They roughly had the strength of C class to B class. Among the general population, they were already quite exceptional. As one of the regular instructors, Josen just coasted along amidst the head instructor's frantic shouting, recording test scores for various subjects. He felt it was even more relaxed than his usual street patrols. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. It turns out that people are driven by pressure. Even the worst officers had made great strides in physical fitness after half a month of grueling training. As for Josen, his daily life as an instructor was simple and dull. The regular training volume for the class he led was doubled, with 3 additional training sessions added in the morning, afternoon, and night. Initially, a group of powerful individuals tried to reason with their instructor. But under Josen's smiling suppression, not only did these people all become well-behaved, but even the students from the neighboring classes trembled when they saw Josen. What kind of devil are you? Extra training until 4 a.m., followed seamlessly by the regular morning training, Even livestock would be broken by such a regimen. Under the scorching sun, the training ground. A figure ran at a 100-meter sprint pace on the empty playground track. Wrapped in a vest and shorts was a powerful body with immense visual tension, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. His well-tempered muscles were like steel springs, and his long legs burst with incredible power as they moved. If a high-speed camera were to capture him, Josen in his instantaneous state was like a sharpened sword, sharp and imposing, fierce and powerful. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Countless trainees stood by the sidelines, watching the blurred figure whose lap times were becoming increasingly ridiculous, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads in unison. This speed, this physique, this endurance, this body. It was simply like a monster. Phew. After jogging a few laps to warm up, Josen walked up to the trainee he had appointed as the recorder. Did you record the results? The trainee who was called upon was in a daze and nodded hurriedly. Recorded them. Then next, you will train according to this standard. After you're finished, go to the comprehensive training hall for combat training. Did everyone hear me? Yes. XN. A moment later, the comprehensive training hall. A group of sweat-soaked weaklings walked into the venue supporting each other. Just as they wanted to collapse, they suddenly saw that devil-like figure on the training ground. Their faces instantly turned pale, and they forced their exhausted bodies to stand straight in formation. The chief instructor in the monitoring room nodded with satisfaction. Finally looking a bit like elite police officers. Which class are they from? Report, it's class 7. Next, number A0027 Kevin, step forward. On the simple, temporarily built arena in the indoor gymnasium, Kevin from City A's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed nervously. His opponent was a demon in human skin, a physical monster, the tiger of the police world, the devil instructor from City Z, Josen. At the thought of the various nicknames his opponent had, Kevin felt utterly hopeless. I can't solve this problem. It's too hard. Only when facing him directly did he realize that this man's aura was truly terrifying. Just standing there made it hard to breathe, like a mountain that could collapse at any moment. It was simply like a monster. If Josen knew the other person was internally overdramatizing, he would surely tell him, yes, this is conqueror's hockey. The trainee opposite him didn't dare to attack for a long time, which Josen understood. After breaking through racial limits, he had already begun to stop being human. For an ordinary person to be able to perceive the existence of racial suppression was itself a rare talent. This Kevin is not bad. Ha! Just then, a loud roar suddenly erupted on the stage. Watch out, instructor. On the arena, Kevin finally couldn't take the torment of the standoff combined with his imagination and went berserk. His face was flushed, veins bulging, and his momentum was quite impressive. As a police officer, I must never retreat. Even if you are a demon king. I will challenge you. Demon king. He actually said it out loud. Kevin's going to die, right? The trainees below the stage discussed animatedly, sentencing their bold peer to death. Josen. Demon king. Wait, is my image as an instructor really that kind and approachable? While he was thinking, a black shadow quickly approached. He shifted his body to dodge Kevin's pounce, then raised his hand and clenched his fist. Thud. A painful sounding thud echoed. The onlookers watched in surprise as Kevin delivered his own stomach to Josen's fist like a gift. The next second, his abdomen caved in, his eyes bulged, and he came to a screeching halt and collapsed, hunched over like a cooked shrimp. Oh, the instructor is indeed too strong. So fast. I couldn't see how he made his move at all. I think I'm next. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Help. Amidst the noisy clamor below, Josen's head was full of black lines. Making such a fuss, after all this time, haven't they adapted yet? Then again, people with normal brain circuits might find it difficult to survive in this dangerous world surrounded by monsters. Perhaps the performance of these officers is already considered quite good. The sparring continued. As the only designated challenger for Class 7, Josen still maintained an undefeated record. Anyone brave enough to try and unseat him would definitely receive a punch that was 3 times heavier. Don't ask. If you do, it's the education of the Iron Fist of Love. Near dusk, a group of board instructors gathered and organized a combat sparring session on the large playground. Joseon's Class 7 successfully reached the top, even attracting the attention of high-level officials like the chief instructor. Having stayed in the training camp for so long, Joseon already knew that the one serving as the chief instructor was the current Superintendent General of the Metropolitan Police Department, the man with the highest police rank present. It was he who spearheaded this special police training. Everyone performed very well today. You've got spirit. Ah. Boom. Just as the chief instructor's speech began, an incredible whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. He instinctively stopped and turned his head toward the source of the strange noise, his gaze instantly turning blank. The next moment, an ever-growing shadow appeared over everyone's heads, blotting out the sun in the blink of an eye. Something was falling from the sky. The scene became extremely chaotic. His spider sense tingled slightly. Joseon had noticed the anomaly long before anyone else. Observing with the naked eye, what was falling from the sky seemed to be a section of an office building. His perception, far exceeding that of ordinary people, further discovered the cries and pleas for help from countless humans coming from within the office building. There were still people inside. Joseon scratched his head as if infected by Saitama, his expression turning solemn. Yar, this is troublesome. The ordinary people in the half-building and the officers all over the ground were both in need of rescue. It wasn't a problem that could be solved simply by throwing the building elsewhere. Activating spider time, Joseon took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. The moment before the impact, a flash of azure light flickered in people's eyes. A light film composed of telekinesis formed a giant sphere that expanded to wrap around the entire building. Simultaneously, Joseon's mental computing power worked at high speed, and thousands of small bubbles were generated synchronously, enveloping every human present. Buzz. Absolute terror field expanded, instantly constructing a force field structure as complex as a bird's nest to protect all the officers on the playground. The building, supported by the force field, began to decelerate, finally stopping 20 meters above the ground. The massive kinetic energy was transmitted to the ground, and the resulting impact wave almost destroyed all the buildings outside the playground. Fortunately, this training camp was built in a desolate wilderness. The impact was stopped. The dust formed by the impact was blown away by the chaotic airflow. Whether in the sky or on the ground, none of the humans enveloped in mental bubbles were injured. At this moment, the scene was silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the man in the sky, who was shining with the same azure glow as the building. As that? Instructor Joseon. It's Instructor Joseon. He's actually flying. Idiot, he saved us. Superintendent General, I am Instructor Joseon, number Z0001. I will place the building on the outskirts of the training camp. Please organize personnel to carry out rescue operations. Amidst the clamor, Joseon's voice reached the ears of the dumbfounded Superintendent General, and his dull eyes regained their light. Through the dust kicked up by the impact, the Superintendent General looked with shock at the building frozen in the sky and the human figure floating in the air. If not for this man's existence, the entire special training camp, including a large number of high-level Metropolitan Police Department officials like himself, would probably have collectively graduated today. The kind where death benefits are issued directly to family members. Mr. Joseon, thank goodness you're here, thank goodness you're here. Coming to his senses, the Superintendent General said decisively, I'll order the rescue preparations immediately. And what about you, Mr. Joseon? Joseon placed the building gently on the nearby ground and responded, City A has likely suffered a mysterious person attack. I'm going to take a look. Alright. Please leave things here to us. City A downtown. Rumble. Rumble. A metal tower crane dozens of meters high walked down the busy street, leaving a shattered crater with every step. Traffic in the urban area was already congested, with panicked crowds running everywhere. A huge and bizarre human face grew at the junction of the crane arms, emitting a piercing, metallic, grating laugh. Gree ga ga ga. This great one is the crane monster, who fused with a crane because I was dissatisfied with having to climb the tower crane to and from work every day. Human buildings are completely vulnerable before me. Destroy it all. Gree ga ga ga. Piercing alarms sounded throughout City A. Hero Association broadcast. Hero Association broadcast. A 30-meter class giant mechanical mysterious person has appeared in City A, designated as Crane Monster. Preliminary disaster level. Demon. Nearby heroes, please rush to the scene as soon as possible. Repeating broadcast. A mysterious person has appeared in City A. Amidst the sonic booms, Josen quickly flew over City A. Within his sight, the giant crane monster wantonly brandished its crane arms of various lengths, and the buildings on both sides were instantly torn to pieces, filling the air with dust. The half-building that almost destroyed the special training camp just now was produced this way. His powerful perception took in the apocalyptic scene. Painful screams and wails came from beneath the devastated ruins. The owners of these voices were not so lucky, with countless dead and injured the moment the disaster occurred. Although he had seen similar scenes more than once since transmigrating, Josen still got angry. Crackle. Above City A, the originally calm sky became turbulent with clouds. Thunderous power erupted, and Josen's eyes turned silver white. A large amount of lightning was released with him as the center. The marshmallow white clouds changed their faces at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning gloomy. Flashes of lightning passed through from time to time, making a muffled sound like beating drums. A storm was brewing. Gree ga ga ga, hic. Why did the weather change suddenly? Noticing the sky darkening abruptly, the crane monster, who was about to go on a rampage, looked up in confusion. That's not right. This great one is no longer a weak human, so what does rain matter? Gree ga ga ga. Crack. A twisted pillar of lightning tore through the not yet fully dimmed clear sky and crashed down. It was a long time before the distant sky faintly echoed with bursts of muffled thunder. Secret art. Slicing maelstrom. Dense pillars of lightning fell from the sky. The crane monster only took one look before being submerged by the dazzling lightning, frozen in place. The storm marks contained within instantly stacked to their limit. The rule-like power immediately tore through the monster's consciousness, stunning it on the spot. Boom 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 boom. The lightning dissipated, and thick smoke billowed. Two sections of red-hot scrap metal appeared on the scorched ground, looking as if they had been hit by artillery. Those were the metal body of the crane monster. However, the monster was still not dead. Gree. Pain. It hurts so much. Who did this? Don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely hammer you into the construction site as a foundation. So noisy. Just as Josen was preparing to fire another shot, an impatient, delicate shout suddenly came from the sky. A glowing green dot floated beneath the clouds that had not yet dispersed, accompanied by a massive psychic fluctuation that was completely disproportionate to its size. That is, the small green dot gradually flew lower. It turned out to be a green-haired Lolita with emerald curly hair, wearing a black high-slit dress. It's her. Seeing this familiar, personality-filled, and suggestive outfit, Josen realized, S-rank number 2, terrible tornado. Oh, right, the association doesn't have an S-rank sequence yet. But looking at this posture, tornado is already excessively strong at this time. As expected of the association's strongest combat power besides the Baldi. City Z, a certain supermarket. Chew. A plain-looking, ordinary black-haired man suddenly sneezed. Right now, he was struggling over whether to choose the limited-time special offer chicken breast or the limited sale veal. It was Saitama. By this time, Saitama had already put on his tacky yellow suit and rubber gloves similar to a janitor's. It seemed he was stopping by the supermarket in the middle of his hero activities. The lines of his face looked somewhat resolute and handsome due to the suit's enhancement, but after looking for a while, his whole art style rounded out again. His gaze appeared particularly salted fish, because of his indecision over the ingredients. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary human who enjoyed weird cosplay but was harmless. Is someone thinking about me, or do I have a cold? Saitama rubbed his nose in confusion, completely ignoring the strange looks from other customers. He rested his chin on his hand and talked to himself seriously. Strange, the weather isn't that cold yet, but I still got a cold. I've been sticking to my daily training, so what could be the reason? In that case, I'll have the special sale beef hot pot for dinner today to warm my stomach. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Josen for over half a month. Should I give him a call and invite him? Just then, a sweet broadcast voice came from the loudspeaker on the supermarket ceiling. Dear customers, today's limited sale items are sold out. The next limited sale event will start next Saturday. We look forward to seeing you again. Ah, the limited sale items are all sold out. Hearing the broadcast, Saitama was dumbstruck. Then, as if relieved, he muttered to himself, since that's the case, I don't have to worry about what to buy anymore. I'll just have regular chicken breast hot pot tonight. Ding dong. Before he could finish, the broadcast sounded again. It is now 5:30 p.m. Today's limited time sale event has ended. Staff members, please close the sales channels promptly. Customers who have already selected their items can continue to the front desk to complete payment. An invisible low pressure descended. Two elementary school students who were chasing each other suddenly stopped. Their innocent eyes saw a strange man who had fallen into a black and white art style, and their expressions gradually turned to fear. Mommy. 2. The two children cried and ran away. Saitama's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, then he let out a long breath. His entire person returned to normal from the black and white style, and a harmless expression of a powerhouse appeared on his face. Well, I guess I'll just have egg over rice today tilde. Back in City A. Terrible Tornado was just about to finish off that ugly monster with the annoying voice when her willow-like brows furrowed in the next second, and she turned her head to look into the distance. Who's there? As a fellow Esper, Terrible Tornado immediately sensed that she wasn't the only one in the sky, and she cast a cold gaze to the side. Who I am isn't important. Josen moved slightly closer, ignoring Terrible Tornado's aggressive gaze, and pointed his finger down at the crane monster that was trying to merge its two body halves. The trouble hasn't been solved yet, and a large number of citizens still need rescuing. So noisy. Terrible Tornado's brow furrowed. It seemed she realized a large number of civilians were injured, so she stopped bristling and gave a Tsunere snort. I'll handle that trash below, I don't need your help. From below came the crane monster's scrap metal-like, ear-piercing laugh, creak creak ga ga ga. Found you. You're the one who did it, right, you brat. Creak ga ga, watch how this great one deals with you. Terrible Tornado. Brat. What did you say? A certain legal loli's face darkened, and her slender fingers glowed with green light as she pressed down. Shut up. An unimaginable amount of telekinetic power poured out. The invisible and intangible mental intent solidified into a substance comparable to the hardest material in the world, instantly obscuring the entire sky. Then, it crashed down. Josen. This girl, using telekinesis like this, isn't she afraid of wasting it? Creak ga ga. Huh. The sky overhead suddenly turned pitch black. The crane monster's movements of swinging its pendulum to attack surrounding buildings and its metal grinding laugh came to an abrupt halt. The human-like ugly face in the center of the crane arm showed a terrified expression for the first time. No. The crane monster, which had been flaunting its power just a second ago, was instantly flattened as if it had been shoved into a hydraulic press. Its massive body, dozens of meters high, was crushed. The monster's face was left as nothing but a bloody mess, gushing thick black blood like engine oil. Seemingly disgusted by this scene, Terrible Tornado frowned. The direction of the telekinetic power filling the sky shifted from pressing down to contracting. In the next moment, the crane monster's corpse, which had suffered a dimensional strike, along with the blood filling the air, gathered toward the center. Within seconds, it was compressed into a metal cube that no longer resembled its original form. Josen conveniently collected the monster's spirit to create an SR monster card. Seeing Terrible Tornado pouting her small mouth and clapping her hands proudly, he couldn't help but shake his head. I'm going down to save people first. Terrible Tornado. Ah. The emerald green superpower girl looked in the direction Josen was descending, and the tragic scene below immediately came into view. Up until now, she had only been responsible for eliminating monsters. Joining the Hero Association now was just to follow in that man's footsteps. TCH, weaklings who got caught in the crossfire. I get it, what a pain. Muttering dissatisfiedly, Terrible Tornado turned her small face away, her mood unreadable. Her fair little hand rose, and her slender, scallion-like fingers opened, giving a casual, light wave. Countless injured people were wrapped in transparent energy shields, floating out from broken hallways and windows, and gently landing on the ground. In the middle of the ruins, Josen was using the same method to rescue civilians. Seeing the green telekinetic light around him that didn't belong to him, he couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, her nature isn't bad after all. With the two espers working together, a large number of civilians were rescued from the ruins. Many lucky people who weren't injured, though covered in dust and dirt, spontaneously joined the rescue effort. Rescue teams from the Hero Association and other departments also arrived one after another, and the entire rescue operation continued until late at night. It's almost over. Josen breathed a sigh of relief. Under the massive consumption of mental energy, even with his constitution, he felt a wave of fatigue. To be able to hold on for so long, you're not half bad. A textbook Tsunere tone came from beside his ear. Josen felt a headache coming as he saw a certain green-haired loli, who seemingly wore no underwear, descending from the sky wrapped in green light. Her pretty little face was bright with sunshine. Clearly, her mood was quite good right now. You make it sound so easy. TCH, it was a simple matter to begin with, wasn't it? Yes, 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 for Miss Terrible Tornado, of course it's a small matter. HMPH. With a light snort, Terrible Tornado felt quite comfortable from Josen's flattery. Josen, was it? Sitch told me you're a hero too. Sitch was an executive of the Hero Association and seemingly the contact person for Blast. As a registered hero appearing in City A, it wasn't strange for Josen to be recognized. Yes, as a hero, I'm a newcomer. HMPH, boring modesty. The Hero Association has only been established for half a year anyway. Terrible Tornado curled her lip, her sparse dress fabric floating up. I'm leaving. After saying that, green telekinetic light surged around her small body, and she floated away into the sky. Josen. Huh. She just turns her back and leaves like that. Suddenly, a streak of golden light fell from beneath Terrible Tornado's feet, manifesting in the air as a fantasy card. Josen habitually used telekinesis to catch it, and then his pupils shook. Fantasy card. 100% psychic power. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SSR. Description. One of the strongest psychic talents of humanity, from Terrible Tornado. Effect 1. Natural Psychic. Mental type superpower affinity max, superpower activation speed is faster, recovery is increased, and consumption is reduced by 90%. Effect 2. King of Force Fields. Construct or manipulate various mental force fields at will, force field generation speed is faster, and strength is higher. Effect 3. Psychic Storm. Power is doubled when performing large-scale superpower techniques. Effect 4. Overload State. Relinquish the superpower to instinct, unleashing power that breaks through limits. Josen. Yar, did Tornado just drop her own superpower talent? Nothing more to say, little Tornado is the GOAT. Josen was also decisive. Seeing Tornado's little green dot flying far away, he immediately slapped his first SSR into his chest. An unprecedented joy surged into his heart, and then, his mental power that had just undergone a transformation boiled again. Having had experience once before, Josen immediately realized what was about to happen and instantly dashed into the sky. Are they all gone? A man in a black suit with a large nose reached out a hand like the Kang meme. Seeing the azure light disappear into the horizon, his face was full of regret. Why is every psychic-type hero more willful than the last? It seems if I want to contact him, I'll have to wait until next time. In the sky, the superpower talent from Tatsumaki began to take effect. The mental power under the telekinesis system and the soul substance constituting the AT field gradually unified, truly becoming an extension of Josen's will, as easy to use as his own limbs. With the blessing of max-level affinity, the total amount of mental power seemed boundless. He finally experienced Tatsumaki's joy. With a thought, a set of gold and red armor extended and took shape like flowing nanomaterials. Brilliant exhaust flames spewed from several ports in his palms and the soles of his feet, forming a dazzling stream of fire that streaked across the sky of City A. The originally invisible AT field, with the enhancement of telekinesis, manifested concrete colors. Although the Mark armor formed by the field only had the shape, it didn't lack any necessary functions. It could even be modified online, ready for immediate use. Tony Stark would cry copyright infringement. If he needed to deal with giant enemies, transforming the Mark armor into a Gundam, Unit 01, or a Giant of Light would be no problem at all. New ability plus 1, times. Style points plus 1, square root. 3 days later, City Z. Amidst the bustling crowd, Josen walked out of the bullet train station. The city under the twilight was quiet and peaceful. He stopped to admire it for a moment before transferring to the subway home. On the subway, Josen rested his eyes with his luggage, the events of the past few days vivid in his mind. The special unit that the Metropolitan Police Department had meticulously planned to build was nearly wiped out because of a demon-level mysterious being. After this battle, many of the officers who participated in the training camp suffered from psychological issues and would need long-term counseling before they could return to their posts. The ambitious high-ranking officials of the Metropolitan Police Department witnessed the destructive power of the mysterious being firsthand and realized that ordinary people simply couldn't contend with their power, leaving them feeling disheartened. The entire Metropolitan Police Department almost came to a standstill because of a casual strike from a demon-level mysterious being, and disasters of the same level were not uncommon. Compared to those dragon-level mysterious being that could easily destroy several cities, the difference was more than just a little. As a result, the entire training project fell through on the spot and ended without a result. The officers in training packed their bags and went home. Josen wasn't surprised by this. He had foreseen this outcome from the Director General's poorly concealed expression during their meeting. Are you really not staying, Mr. Josen? With your achievements this time and your powerful superpower, I guarantee I can get you into the high-ranking positions within half a year to lead the entire police force. Thank you for your kindness, but I think I'm more suited for frontline work. Is that so? But returning to City Z, you'll still have to start from the lowest rank of patrol officer. Have you really thought this through? I've considered it. I think when necessary, City Z needs an officer like me. In that case, I won't persuade you further. However, a special affairs division will be established in each city next. Please do not refuse the position of section chief of the City Z Special Affairs Division. I understand. After a long talk with the Director General, Josen's public rank hadn't changed upon his return, but he had gained the additional role of section chief of the Special Affairs Division, reporting directly to the director of City Z. During emergencies such as mysterious being disasters, he could even directly take command of all police forces in City Z, with authority equal to that of the director. Although Josen didn't have much use for this authority, there were benefits. After becoming section chief, he could arrange his own work. Josen had it all figured out. He'd transfer Kyoko over to be his secretary once he got back. This way, he wouldn't have to write reports himself. Simply perfect. The 100% psychic power dropped by Tatsumaki plus the unexpected promotion promised by the big shot made this trip to City A very fruitful for Josen. Besides that, the Hero Association sent the first month's salary and several stipends for hero activities. Looking at the amount, man, it was more than his annual income as a police officer. No wonder so many people were desperate to become heroes. During his half-month in City A, his daily destiny draw still yielded basic attribute cards, but while wandering City A the night before his return, his stand's third ability, Element Retrieval, picked up an interesting card. Fantasy card. Black box fragment. Card type. Special card. Rarity. N. Description. A fragment of a divine creation, seemingly unstable. Effect 1. Space-time distortion. Randomly travel to an unknown parallel world and stay for a short period. Effect 2. Round-trip ticket. This card is a consumable, uses 2 halves. The second use will return you to the main world. Josen remembered that the god of this world had been creating certain pitch-black cubes to contact and develop followers. Once successful, he could even grant powers from a distance, easily turning a weak drifter into the dragon-level superpower mysterious being Homeless Emperor instantly. It seemed he had accidentally picked up something extraordinary. Even Josen found it a bit exciting. However, what was engraved on this card wasn't a complete black box, and its function was to travel between worlds rather than contact God. A parallel world. The adventure genes from being a transmigrator were starting to stir. Perhaps limited by the rarity rank, the effect description mentioned a short stay. In that case, testing the waters didn't seem to matter. At worst, he'd just consume the card early to return. Stop. Don't run. Do you think I'm stupid? Why wouldn't I run? Josen thought as he walked, and two chasing figures crossed the intersection ahead, causing a minor commotion among the pedestrians. What on earth just went past? Spider Sense caught a glimpse of a red and yellow figure at the last moment, which, along with the white cape fluttering behind, looked like a running plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's Saitama. Josen realized. Seeing him in that familiar suit actually felt a bit unusual, it must be because he wasn't bald yet. Locking onto them with telekinesis, Josen followed along the road. Turning a few corners, he saw Saitama cornering a red mysterious being in an alley, and they were scuffling. Looking at the mysterious being, it was actually a giant carrot as tall as a person. Yo, Saitama, hero activities. It's Josen, long time no see. Saitama struggled to pin the fiercely resisting carrot mysterious being to the ground and looked back to greet Josen. Wait a sec, I'm a bit busy. Let me finish this guy off first. 5 minutes later. The uniform got dirty again, it's a pain to wash. Saitama, covered in carrot juice, walked out of the alley with a look of disgust. That giant carrot had already been snapped into several sections by him and tossed into the trash can. Because the battle site was too dirty, Saitama gave up on the idea of picking up a few pieces of carrot meat to take home and cook. Of course, it was also because Josen was watching nearby. Josen, where have you been lately? I went to your house to look for you, but no one was there. I went to City A for a business trip recently and just got back. Did you need something? The two of them walked down the street, chatting as if no one else were around, completely ignoring the strange looks from passers-by. Saitama explained, it's no big deal. You've been looking out for me all this time, and I recently made some money from a part-time job. I wanted to treat you to a hot pot. It might not be as explosive as your Sichuan-style hot pot, but I'm confident in my cooking skills. Oh, that sounds great. Hearing Saitama's confident guarantee, Josen's interest was piqued. Let's do it today. I've been on a train for half the day, and I'm actually quite hungry. Today. Saitama subconsciously touched the pocket sewn into the inside of his uniform, his expression stiffening. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Josen saw right through Saitama's facade. Given the sudden aura of poverty radiating from the guy, he was likely out of money. It's not that it's inconvenient. It's fine, let's just go to my place. I'll provide the ingredients, and you do the cooking. How's that? But I was supposed to be the one treating you. Then do it next time. Okay, I got it. Having decided on hot pot, the two changed course toward a nearby supermarket. They hadn't gone more than a few steps when a man and a woman dressed as reporters ran toward them from not far away. The camera on the man's shoulder and the microphone in the woman's hand were thrust in front of Josen almost simultaneously. Now that's professional. Excuse me, are you Mr. Josen, Mad Thunder, one of the heroes who resolved the mysterious being disaster in City A 3 days ago? Josen had a confused look on his face. When did he get such a strange title like Mad Thunder? Well, if you're talking about the crane monster in City A, I did participate in that. That's wonderful. We're reporters from Hero News. Your popularity online is currently very high, with a growth rate comparable to that of Miss Terrible Tornado. Could you give us some time for an exclusive interview? Josen glanced at Saitama, who had quietly stepped back, and said, you can schedule an interview through the Hero Association, but today isn't a good time. The blonde female reporter covered her mouth in shock, but she professionally pulled back the microphone while signaling her partner to lower the camera. Mr. Josen, our program's ratings have been very high lately. It would be very helpful for your exposure. Won't you reconsider? Sorry. Josen shook his head and turned to walk back toward Saitama. Why? The female reporter grew anxious, even blurting out her inner thoughts. Being seen and photographed with such a shady, strange person will affect your popularity. My friend is not a shady person. Josen paused and looked back seriously at the two who were trying to catch up. If you don't take that back, I will refuse all your interviews. Sorry. Leaving the two intrusive reporters behind, Saitama suddenly said, so, Josen, you're a hero too. I thought your job was just being a policeman. Yeah, being a hero is like a side job, but it's also quite important. Josen nodded and, with a sudden thought, reminded him, by the way, Saitama, do you want to come with me to the Hero Association to register? With your current strength, you'll definitely get in. Hero Association. The organization that manages heroes. Saitama scratched his head. For some reason, he shivered as if experiencing a sudden chill. I think I'll pass. I just want to be a hero for fun. If a hobby becomes a job, I feel like it'll be completely different from my original intention. Hearing Saitama's reply, Jozen swallowed the words, the pay is pretty good, that he was about to say. In that case, we can talk about it later. He spent a day selecting officers and setting up the framework for the Special Affairs Division. Since it was a newly established division, everything had to start from scratch. Jozen wasn't in a hurry and instructed them to handle the basic work. If a mysterious being disaster occurred while he was away, Kyoko would act as the acting section chief and should contact the Hero Association immediately for a joint response. To put it simply, call for backup. Having settled everything, Jozen ignored the complaints from Kyoko and the others, comfortably becoming a hands-off boss. Well, saving the higher-ups of the Metropolitan Police Department gave him that kind of leverage. At the same time, he didn't forget to report to Chief Shang that he might be away for a while, and then he began preparing for world traversal. With his current strength, there wasn't actually much that needed preparation. The nature of his stand ability dictated that items made into cards would maintain their instantaneous state at that moment. For example, food made into a card would never mold or spoil, and it would even retain its oven-fresh temperature when released. So theoretically, the deck of fantasy cards was an unlimited storage space. Due to a sense of crisis early on after his transmigration, Jozen always kept a large stock of daily necessities in his deck. Fresh water, ingredients, seasonings, and cookware, everything was there to ensure he could maintain a normal life even in the face of disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. Even now, this habit remained. Due to his rising fame, he rarely used the road roller attack he loved during his rookie phase. The primary method was too brutal and didn't quite fit the image of a hero. However, he wouldn't have such concerns in another world. After all, my Lord Dio's taste was quite good. After restocking some ingredients and daily necessities, Jozen flew alone to the outskirts of City Z. Although this wasn't his first time traversing, arriving in the One Punch Man world had been completely passive. This time, he was actively traversing to another world, so being careful was never a bad thing. If the commotion caused by the traversal was too great, any damage caused would outweigh the gains. Flying out of the uninhabited zone, the outskirts of the city were covered in dense forests. Jozen found a flat piece of land to land on. Nearby was a shimmering lake where many birds and wild animals lived, occasionally coming over to drink or hunt. The environment was very tranquil. In his leisure time, coming here for camping or fishing would be a good choice. Jozen noted the location and snapped his fingers. The black box fragment obtained in City A appeared out of thin air in his hand. Stand ability activated. The white fantasy card burst with light, and the space in front of Jozen swirled and distorted, forming a pitch-black portal leading into the void. At first glance, it was a bit unsettling. It wouldn't lead directly to the god's home, would it? Jozen then shook his head. Setting aside that the god was still plotting its resurrection by any means necessary, power sealed into a fantasy card would inevitably be controlled by the stand ability. Let's go then. As Jozen stepped into the space-time tunnel, the pitch-black portal expanded slightly and then vanished from the spot. Space-time gap. The first thing he felt was a sense of weightlessness, as if stepping into thin air. Jozen instinctively activated his telekinesis to wrap around his body, but the situation did not improve. Or rather, this falling force was not something the current him could resist. Chaos reigned in the darkness, with no sense of direction. The feeling of weightlessness rapidly evolved into the crushing distortion of time and space. It was like riding a roller coaster. Even with his spider sense, he had no idea where he was being flung at this moment. In an instant, the distorted power of space-time ignored the protection of his telekinesis and spread over Jozen's body, as if trying to assimilate him into a piece of space-time matter. He tried to resist, but could only maintain basic consciousness as his perception fell into a dark silence. Marvel Universe 1610, New York City. Miles Morales, from Vision's Academy, had been very troubled lately. First, He was bitten by a strange spider, and then strange things began to happen one after another. Overnight, he gained powers similar to Spider-Man. Then, because he couldn't control his abilities, he ruined the hair of the girl he liked. A beautiful romance seemed to have ended before it even began. At night, he personally witnessed Spider-Man being killed by a muscular fat man in the Brooklyn underground, yet the news claimed he died from earthquake injuries. He himself was chased through several streets by a villain in a purple high-tech suit, barely escaping with his life after exhausting all his strength. These chaotic events had turned his originally normal life into a tangled mess, lasting until he finished attending Spider-Man's memorial service. Just when he thought everything had settled, he found another Spider-Man in front of Spider-Man's tombstone. But a middle-aged, out-of-shape version. Whether he was the real deal or a fake, he was now tied up tightly in Uncle Aaron's house. Now, it was time for a proper interrogation. Josen woke up from the darkness. His perception gradually expanded. Around him was still the chaotic and disordered space-time gap, but intricate, white glowing spider webs occasionally flashed through the darkness. Thanks to this, he knew he was moving forward at high speed. Trying to move his body, Josen touched a tough space-time barrier. From the feedback at his fingertips, this seemingly solid barrier was actually as fragile as a bubble. With his current strength, if he applied just a little more force, he could easily break free. As he pondered, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Under the night starry sky, a modern city that was both familiar and strange appeared in his vision. Familiar, because he had known this city in many ways. Strange, because he had never actually been here. Locking his gaze onto a statue of a goddess holding a torch high on the coastline, Josen immediately confirmed it. This was New York. And he himself was plunging toward the ground at extremely high speed. The moment before impact, Josen exerted force with both arms. A terrifying brute force erupted, and the barrier made of space-time energy shattered instantly, turning into countless distorted fragments of different hues that dissolved into the air. His telekinesis expanded, and Josen stabilized himself among the tall office buildings. Right beneath his feet was the famous Times Square. Neon lights flashed and pedestrians were everywhere. It was a scene of prosperity. However, the news being broadcast uniformly on the surrounding large LED screens was a bit off. Spider-Man died of severe injuries in a powerful earthquake in Brooklyn. His true identity has been confirmed as Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer. New York City's friendly neighborhood has left his citizens forever. This. Josen landed on the rooftop of a small building. The people in his perception were just as surprised and shocked as he was, pulling out their phones one after another to confirm the news. In the blink of an eye, a massive grief enveloped the entire city. It seems it's true. Josen narrowed his eyes, finally confirming which world he had arrived in. This was the Marvel Universe. As everyone knows, the Marvel Universe has a nearly infinite number of multiverses. The vitality of these universes depends on comic sales and the writer's imagination. They might undergo the changes of time, or they might be directly rebooted with a snap of the fingers. And New York in the Marvel Universe is the center of countless major events, a peaceful city with very simple folk. Spider-Man confirmed dead. That was indeed bad news. Josen wasn't sure exactly how long the short stay, described by the black box was. It seemed he had to hurry up and investigate the truth of the matter. While thinking, a familiar red and blue figure flashed past his peripheral vision and stopped on the glass curtain wall of a nearby office building. Josen. Looking back at the special news still looping on the big screen. Fake news. What the hell? I'm already dead. Peter Parker stared blankly at the news playing on the screen below, his thoughts momentarily confused. 26 years old. But even adding the time from the blip, I'm only 21. And a graduate student. Forget it, I haven't even enrolled in university yet. So, did Mr. Strange's spell go wrong again? Gosh, what on earth happened? I was just about to ask you that same question, Mr. Parker. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Peter Parker jumped in fright, his hair standing on end under his suit. He performed several backflips on the glass curtain wall to pull back nearly 10 meters before he finally saw the speaker's appearance clearly. Hey, how can this guy be so handsome and so tall? This isn't fair. He must be 1.95 meters tall, right? This physique, these exaggerated muscles, he's as tall and strong as Mr. Thor from Asgard. Wait, why are you flying? Gosh, you can actually fly. A superpowered person, a hero, or a superpowered villain? Stop. What's with all this nonsense? Josen's forehead veins throbbed as he interrupted the rambling little bug. My name is Josen. I'm a police officer by profession and a hero on the side. A hero? I mean, you're also a hero. Peter froze, perhaps because his spider sense told him Josen had no ill intent. I get it, you haven't joined the Avengers, right? That's why I don't know you. What you said is, at least logically correct. Josen floated in front of the slightly calmer Peter, hands in his pockets, and clarified the situation. The hero organization I belong to isn't the Avengers, but the Hero Association. And the world we are in now is not our respective universes. Peter. Hiss. A matching sting came from the back of his head. The spider senses of different individuals instinctively perceived information from their own kind. Peter didn't have time to process the sheer amount of information in Josen's words, instead staring at Josen in shock. This feeling is definitely right. You, or like me. Yes, I do possess some spider superpowers. Josen nodded, making a small gesture with his right index finger and thumb. Just a little bit. I see. Peter Parker finally regained the composure a superhero should have and hesitantly took off his mask. Mr. Josen, I think we need to have a good talk. Of course, seeing the handsome face of the Tom Holland version under the mask, Josen made an inviting gesture. I know just the place. So, Mr. Josen, why is it my treat? Because my world doesn't use US dollars. Josen and Peter sat in a burger shop, a pile of food in front of them. Perhaps because the distance of time-space travel was too long, Josen was indeed a bit hungry. When Peter crossed over, he was only wearing a spider suit he had sewn himself. Now, he was wearing a beige trench coat provided by Josen's friendly support. Since the clothes were prepared by Josen for himself, the trench coat looked a bit baggy on Peter, and he had to roll the sleeves twice just to show his wrists. Through their conversation, Josen learned from the others' described experiences that the Peter Parker before him came from the Marvel Cinematic Universe (MCU). At that time, he was preparing to deal with a known criminal hideout when the wall he was standing on suddenly turned into disordered space-time matter. Simultaneously, a strong suction force pulled him in, and after struggling to no avail, he was forcibly pulled into this universe. Recalling the death of Spider-Man that had just occurred in this world, Josen couldn't help but fall into thought. It sounded like the plot of Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, but that animated movie didn't cross over with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Could it be that his intrusion caused the world line to shift? Knowing the nature of the Marvel multiverse, it wasn't impossible, no, it was very likely. This young Spider-Man had experienced the Endgame, the death of Aunt May, and his best friends and comrades in arms had all forgotten his identity under the influence of Doctor Strange's spell. He had moved into a shabby and cheap apartment all by himself, and could be said to be a mature spider hero. As everyone knows, among the many Spider-Men, except for a few like Spider-Ock, the vast majority share a common characteristic. That is, they are poor. At this moment, Saitama, who was out for a run, suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Who's talking about me? Because of this, Peter, sitting across from Josen, looked aggrieved and whispered, I've seen the situation over at the register. Even though the people here use US dollars, the denominations are completely different from my world. This means the money I have on me probably won't be accepted. Oh, and that's it. Peter covered his face. The tall man across from him, who looked only a few years older than himself, was calmly eating fries, appearing completely unconcerned about the bill. Knowing he had no money to pay the bill, he couldn't eat a single bite. On the contrary, Josen was in quite a good mood. On the way to the burger shop, Element Retrieval had grabbed a spider superpower from Peter. Fantasy card. Spider strength. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Introduction. Spider superpower, the proportional strength of a super spider scaled up to human size. Effect 1. Super strength. Superhuman level physical strength, capable of easily lifting heavy objects more than 100 times one's own body weight. Effect 2. Extraordinary performance. In special emotional states such as anger, determination, or focus, Spider-Man will exert a powerful force several times greater than his normal state. Under the continuous enhancement of his stand ability, Josen's own strength was not inferior to a spider hero, but this kind of superpower that directly enhanced basic attributes was naturally the more the better. After using it, the genetic level enhancement further optimized his body structure, increasing his strength by nearly a third, and that wasn't even counting the bonus after activating Effect 2. During this mealtime, Josen slowly digested the impact of the strength increase, bringing his Spider series superpowers to 2. Well, he was just 2 web shooters away from becoming Spider-Man. Setting that aside for now, Josen ate the last fry and picked up the cheeseburger next to him. We all know that no matter which world's Spider-Man it is, it's impossible for him to simply die in an earthquake. Yeah, how could that be? So there's definitely someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Getting down to business, Peter's expression turned serious. Someone wants the public to accept this fact to cover up some shady secrets. Yes, so we have to investigate this using 2 keywords. Josen took a bite of his burger. Brooklyn. The Great Earthquake. Peter followed instinctively, then realized, you mean the earthquake in Brooklyn was man-made? Most likely. Josen finished the burger in a few bites, wiped his hands, and stood up. Time is short, so from now on, we have to split up. Peter sat up straight. So, Mr. Josen, what's the plan? I'll go investigate the cause of the earthquake, and you. Peter suddenly felt as if he were fighting alongside the captain and Mr. Stark again, and his expression couldn't help but be full of expectation. Have to stay behind and work to pay the bill. Peter. The next morning at dawn. The sun rose, and the city that never sleeps gradually revived after a brief moment of calm. Roadside shops began to open, the main avenues were bustling with traffic, and pedestrians on the streets were in a hurry. Brooklyn, New York. Josen sat in a coffee shop called Melody, looking out at the street through the floor-to-ceiling window. Unlike the principled Spidey, Josen was indeed a registered professional hero with the Hero Association, but his bottom line was very flexible. As early as last night, he had visited Brooklyn. Hey, brother, first time in Brooklyn. Look at him, is he lost? Seeing Josen alone, a group of bad boys who had been partying until dawn approached with kind smiles. Asian face, tall, well-dressed, alone. And we have 5 guys, and the boss has a piece tucked in his waistband. Great, the advantage is ours. If they knew the person in front of them had just flown across the East River and landed in the block around the corner, they might have run as far as they could immediately. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Josen had long heard that New York's folk customs were simple and honest, but this was the first time he truly experienced it. What a coincidence, you're exactly who I'm looking for. Seeing the surrounded prey proactively approach them to high-five and chest bump, the several hoodlums were completely dazed. What's going on? Could it be that the guy is one of their own gangsters? They hadn't heard of any new Asian recruits in the gang recently. Walking shoulder to shoulder into an alley without surveillance, the hoodlums glanced at each other. The laughter gradually died down, and their kind gazes slowly turned cold. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Josen stopped pretending and struck first. Hey, Neji X5. Huh. You just said, Negro, didn't you? Hey, what do you mean by that? One of them even pulled out a knife. If you don't explain yourself clearly, you're not walking out of here in one piece. Nothing much. Josen cracked his neck, his joints making a loud popping sound. I just wanted to say that everyone here is trash. Huh. Why the personal attack? Their sore spot having been poked, the eyes of the several young black men turned red. Even if we are trashy people, you can't just say it so bluntly. Even trashy people care about their dignity, okay? Just as they were about to make a move, they heard Josen ask, you guys want to rob me, right? So what if we do? Because if so, I can claim self-defense. The group looked at each other. Was this guy an idiot? Stop talking nonsense. The leader pulled a pistol from his waist, a battle-scarred Glock 17 covered in scratches, and pointed the black muzzle at Josen. Hand over all the money you have. 1 minute later. Bang 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 bang. Intense gunfire rang out somewhere in Brooklyn. Judging by the sound, it was a true successor of the American Iijutsu, emptying a magazine in a single second. In the alleyway, Josen had one hand in his pocket and the other raised, fingers spread wide. His black trench coat billowed without any wind, he was only a pair of sunglasses away from being Neo in the Matrix. When the shots rang out, the five young men saw Josen trying to catch bullets with his bare body, and the smiles on their faces gradually turned grotesque. When the fired bullets seemed to sink into a swamp and stalled in midair, their sneers, which had just revealed their white teeth, turned into horror. When Josen left the alley, five bruised and swollen gang members stood respectfully behind him. They insisted on contributing all their change and cell phones, repeatedly promising to be good people from now on and even to sit at the kids' table when eating. Unable to refuse, Josen had no choice but to accept everything. At least the activity funds and equipment for the next few days were all in place. At this time, the miserable Peter was still mopping the floor in the closed burger shop. With equipment, Josen was no longer in the dark. Connecting to this world's internet, a massive amount of information was presented before him. Searching on several phones simultaneously, Josen skimmed through the local New York news at a rapid pace. As he continued to dig deeper, he soon found that the epicenter of the Brooklyn earthquake was directly beneath a building called Fisk Tower. Seeing the name of the building's owner, he was even more certain he had found the right direction. Kingpin. Formerly known as Wilson Fisk, a Marvel supervillain and one of the archenemies of Daredevil and Spider-Man. So, Josen took a trip to Hell's Kitchen on the west side of Manhattan, covering the entire neighborhood with his spiritual power. As it turned out, he couldn't find that Daredevil who loved his neighborhood like life itself. Similarly, this New York City didn't have the flashy Stark Tower, and there was no news about the Avengers circulating on the internet. Thinking back to the MCU Peter who had also crossed over, this world was most likely a solo stage for spider heroes. Back to Brooklyn in the early morning. Melody Cafe was located near the center of Brooklyn. Although it couldn't compare to Manhattan across the river, it was still one of the few bustling areas in the entire borough. Across the street from the cafe sat a towering commercial building with a luxurious banquet hall on the top floor. The building's height far exceeded most of the surrounding structures. This was none other than the private property of Kingpin, the emperor of the New York underworld, Fisk Tower. If a traditional Spider-Man were here, he would probably have started a whole set of investigation procedures, disguising, infiltrating, fighting, and stealing core secrets. But as a psychic superpower user, Josen's methods were far more convenient. Just like the process of looking for Daredevil last night, invisible telekinetic power rippled out over the city, silently covering the entire building. During this process, the busy ordinary employees in the building didn't notice anything unusual. And from Josen's perspective, there was nothing unusual in the building either. His telekinetic vision spread downward from the banquet hall on the top floor. Offices of various departments came into view as staff moved between floors, seizing every moment to earn every penny of profit for their boss. Conversations, reprimands, arguments, cursing, the clicking of high heels on marble, the pitter-patter of keyboard typing, and the indescribable sounds of a man and a woman in a certain toilet stall. In an instant, all the scene information in the building was processed by his telekinesis and reconstructed into sound and images, clearly transmitted to his mind. After critically reviewing for a moment, he even got a general idea of Kingpin's business empire, financial situation, and how many competitors he had disposed of yesterday. Josen had to admit that for a company with a mob background, these situations were quite normal. The epicenter was underground, so he continued downward. His all-reaching telekinesis extended downward, passing through a dense layer of concrete, and the world before him suddenly opened up. The building's underground garage had been hollowed out all the way down to Brooklyn's former abandoned subway stations, creating a massive experimental space beneath the city, with an area comparable to 4 or 5 football fields. In the giant void in front of the laboratory, a large particle collider had been secretly built. 2 emitters placed opposite each other were like 2 large-caliber turrets. One could imagine how much energy the high-energy particle beams fired from them would have. The case was solved. The culprit that interfered with time and space and caused the massive earthquake was undoubtedly this big fellow. On one side of the top of the space was a central control room. Through the glass of the control room, hundreds of busy researchers sat in front of computers tapping on keyboards, working hard. Leading them was a thin female doctor with an afro wearing a white lab coat. At this moment, she looked excited and fanatical, passionately explaining something to an exceptionally strong, tall, bald man. Just like in the original work, everything above the surface was a smokescreen used to deceive people. Even Dr. Genus next door would call her a pro. Listen to me, boss, we're only one step away from success. Yesterday's experiment. Dr. Olivia, Liv, Octavius's passionate narration came to an abrupt halt as her eyes scanned left and right in confusion. Kingpin's physique was unnaturally tall and large, but definitely not bloated. His custom black suit was completely filled out by his strong muscles, which looked as if they were inflated. Wherever he stood, he was a bulletproof grade wall. Noticing the narration had stopped, he lowered his head slightly, his cold eyes following Dr. Octavius's gaze as he looked around, asking in a muffled voice, "What's the matter, doctor?" Finding nothing unusual, the female version of Dr. Octopus frowned and withdrew her gaze, asking suspiciously, "Just now, did you guys have how should I put it, a feeling of being enveloped by liquid?" In the cafe, Josen, who was monitoring everyone, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dr. Octopus could actually vaguely perceive the existence of telekinesis. She was indeed a top scientist. Though she didn't use her talents for good, she was a genius who far exceeded ordinary people in certain aspects. If this were the One Punch Man world, she would probably mutate into a tech-side mysterious being in minutes. The underground space. Kingpin turned his head and exchanged looks with his personal bodyguard, Tombstone. The latter was a black man with albinism, one of New York's most famous ruthless characters in the underworld. His invulnerable body was massive, but standing next to Kingpin, he looked like a half-grown child who hadn't finished developing yet. Shrugging his shoulders, Tombstone remained silent, gesturing that he hadn't detected anything unusual. Kingpin withdrew his gaze and gave Dr. Octopus his answer, "No. Maybe it was just my imagination. Let's continue. Gentlemen, where was I?" Having obtained the information he wanted, Josen left behind a large bill, pressed it down with his coffee cup, and stood up to leave. It was time to meet up with that poor sucker, Peter. Leaving the coffee shop, Josen was just about to find a place to take flight when his footsteps suddenly paused. In the sky, a white figure swept past rapidly, swinging on a spider silk. The elements of a spider hero were too obvious. An ordinary person might not have been able to react, but Josen, with his powerful mental strength, saw it crystal clear. It looked like the other party was also here to investigate Fisk Tower. Josen's interest was piqued instantly. He turned his steps and disappeared into the dark alleyways. A black and white female Spider-Man crouched on a red fire hose. Her black and white tight-fitting battle suit outlined the young girl's blossoming curves. The eyes on her mask narrowed slightly as she stared at Fisk Tower before her. She was Gwen Stacy, nicknamed Ghost Spider, the only Spider-Man of Marvel Universe 65. She had arrived in this unfamiliar New York a week ago. As the news of Spider-Man's sacrifice spread, she finally realized the meaning of her coming to this world. Before this, Gwen had already launched an investigation. Guided by the intuition of her spider sense, she had found the successor to this Spider-Man at Vision's Academy. Unfortunately, that kid was still a rookie who couldn't even control his abilities. So Gwen changed direction and soon tracked down a possible mastermind, Kingpin. "This building is too big a target, not easy to infiltrate," Gwen stood up, muttering to herself. "But Alchemax in Hudson Valley is also Kingpin's property. Looks like I'll have to find time to go there, but before that." Swoosh. Ghost Spider's figure vanished from the spot, sweeping through the deserted alley and spinning to deliver a kick toward the darkness. Pa! The powerful kick was easily blocked by the person in the darkness. Gwen spun in midair and followed up with a flying kick from her other leg. Pa! This time, her emerald green ballet shoe was caught directly by the opponent with one hand. Gwen, although she had controlled her strength, kicking away an ordinary burly man should have been no problem at all. Who is this guy? The scene remained at a stalemate for a second before the newcomer proactively let go. Once free, Gwen pushed off the ground with one hand, performing an agile backflip like a dance move into the air, landing on a red brick wall perpendicular to the ground. Though it might be a bit impolite, I still want to say, Josen stepped out from the darkness, why do you people always like standing on walls? Gwen didn't answer, her gaze wary. Are you one of Kingpin's men? That bald guy. He doesn't have the qualifications to order me around. Josen flew up to eye level with her under Gwen's surprised gaze. Josen. I know another Peter Parker, not the Spider-Man of this world. He's like me, just arrived in this world. You mean? Wow. Their strong spider senses clashed. Gwen frowned, waiting for the stinging sensation in the back of her head to pass before exclaiming in surprise. You're just like me. Times two. Actually, you're not the first person I've met with spider sense, but that guy, never mind. Let's not talk about him for now. Gwen regained her composure, pulling back her hood and removing her mask to reveal her blonde hair and youthful face. I'm investigating the true cause of this world's Spider-Man's death. My intuition told me coming here would bring me closer to the answer. It seems I was right. At least you don't have to fight alone anymore, right? Josen reached out, extending a fist toward Gwen. Now there are three of us. All right, you've convinced me. After a brief thought, Gwen reached out and bumped fists with Josen. Gwen Stacy. I'm in. As they bumped fists, a purple fantasy card formed out of thin air, and Josen skillfully caught it using psychokinesis. Fantasy card. Spider agility. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Description. Spider superpower. Agility like an apex predator. Effect 1. Super agility. Superhuman level of nimbleness and speed, capable of easily dodging or catching bullets. Effect 2. Silent action. Produces almost no sound while sneaking, reducing the possibility of exposure. Having successfully collected a third type of spider superpower, Josen silently thanked nature's bounty. Once he met up with the remaining few Spider-Men, he might just be able to officially change his class to Z City's friendly neighborhood hero. By the way, I have a question. Your hairstyle, how should I put it? It's very unique. Is it punk style? Gwen's face fell. Why did this guy have to bring up a sore spot? Glancing at Josen, she asked, where's your suit? Do you usually carry out hero activities like this? We don't have such rigid rules where I come from, but as for the suit, you'll have a chance to see it. Manhattan, Central Park. Hey, Josen, we need to make things clear. Peter clenched his fists, trembling with indignation for a moment before letting go. If you dump me in a burger joint to work and pay back money again, our team up is completely over. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute, who is she? Seeing the blonde girl following behind Josen, Peter's first reaction was surprise. Then he noticed that what the girl was wearing wasn't some trendy brand, but a familiar spider suit. The stinging of his spider sense followed immediately, making the girl's identity even clearer to him. You're also. Times 2. Rubbing the back of her stinging head, Gwen sighed. Including that Miles Morales from Vision's Academy, this was already the third person she had encountered with spider superpowers. She might have been a bit surprised at first, but now. She could only say she was no longer surprised by the strange. Alright, one last self-introduction, Gwen Stacy. By the way, in my world, I am the only Spider-Man. Peter spread his hands. Me too. Josen, you guys chat first. Meeting a new companion, Peter happily picked up the conversation. Right, your name is Gwen. I also know a Gwen. She was my classmate in middle school. I mean, she was in the class next door. We had quite a few classes together. Honestly, she's nothing like you. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Guys, what I meant to say is, I'm Peter Parker, nice to meet you. Okay. Gwen sat down on a bench by the roadside, her long legs slightly crossed, finding a comfortable angle. So now, how far along is your investigation? Peter, I've been doing odd jobs all night. Josen, shut up. Beneath Kingpin's Fisk Tower, there's an oversized large-scale particle collider. It's the root cause of the Brooklyn earthquake and crossing over. Josen paused, thinking that he should be considered an intruder, but since even MCU Peter Parker had arrived, one more person jumping on the bandwagon wouldn't hurt. In that case, your investigation progress has already surpassed mine. Gwen said, resting her chin on one hand and listening intently. So, what's our plan? Restart that machine and find a way to reverse its program, Josen said, bringing his hands together in a fist bump gesture. Restore the order of time and space, and then destroy it. Whoa. Sounds like quite a big scene. Wait a minute. Peter crossed his arms in front of his chest, making a stop gesture. I get the logic, but I'm still completely confused. Who is Kingpin? Why is he doing this? And has the technological level of this world reached the point where it can interfere with time and space? None of that is important, Josen interrupted quickly as Peter's chatter was about to start again. What's important is, which of you knows how to operate that collider? The three of them stared at each other blankly. Gwen raised her hand to speak. Large equipment like that usually uses an independent network with physical isolation. To hack into its program, we need a key that can be plugged into the mainframe. After saying this, she made a twisting motion as if turning a key in a door. Then here's the question, Peter said, spreading his hands. Where is the key? Gwen folded her arms and spoke about the intel she had gathered earlier. I know a place that's also one of Kingpin's properties. I think it can at least help us figure out the principles behind that big guy. Wait, this Kingpin again. My universe doesn't seem to have such a person, or rather, I've never heard of him. Can someone tell me exactly how rich he is? Seeing that the two of them weren't very interested in the topic, Peter scratched his cheek. Then what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for someone to deliver the key to us? Reminded by Peter's words, Josen immediately thought that Alchemax must be in total chaos by now. He couldn't help but snap his fingers. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. Peter. Riddlers, get out of New York. You don't think. Gwen and Peter's gazes focused on him. That we're the only Spider-Men in this world, do you? Outskirts of New York, Hudson Valley. Amidst a sky full of laser beams, Miles, wearing a cosplay version of the Spider-Man suit, seemed to dodge nimbly, but in reality, he was already covered in bumps from falling. As exciting as the process of sneaking into Alchemax had been, being chased and beaten by a bunch of researchers carrying laser firearms was now just as miserable. Hey, Peter. What do we do now? What do we do? Peter punched away and attacking Dr. Octopus, snatched the computer mainframe back from a tentacle with a strand of webbing, and tossed it to Miles behind him. Run separately, kid. I'll help you hold back the enemies. Are you sure? But there are so many of them. Stop talking. Just go. He. Tough tentacles made of synthetic materials stabbed into a large tree as they climbed. Dr. Octopus raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes under the goggles were full of obsession and madness. You are the best research materials. Not a single one of you is getting away. Shit. Sorry, I think I just swore, but she's an enhanced human. Don't just stand there, kid, move. New York, Queens. Josen and the other two strolled down the street of an ordinary neighborhood. During working hours, it was very peaceful here. Two-story houses were densely packed along the roadside. There were no courtyards. If you pulled back the curtains, you could see into the neighbor's room. Such an environment held the childhood memories of many children, for example. Hey, this is it. I recognize this place. I lived here almost the whole time before Aunt May moved. Peter exclaimed. The three of them stopped at a detached small house. The mailbox at the door read, 20 Ingram Street. Josen pointed at the text. Even the house number is the same. Let me think. At least the name of the community is different. Then we've come to the right place. Josen gave Peter a push. Go knock on the door. Why me? Peter complained, habitually raising his hand to ring the doorbell with a strand of webbing. Ding dong tilde. Sorry, we're not planning on seeing fans today. The door opened a crack, and a white-haired old woman said apologetically. Then, she saw a young face. The old woman opened the door and walked out in disbelief. Peter. I'm a bit unprepared, MCU. Peter looked a bit at a loss as the old woman walked straight toward him. For a moment, he thought of that figure lying in the ruins. Aunt May. It's me, Aunt May gently stroked Peter's face, the reminiscence in her eyes turning into a hint of relief. You've gotten younger, and you've gotten shorter. Peter was like a child who had done something wrong, gently hugging the Aunt May in front of him. Yes. I mean, I'm sorry, it sounds a bit unbelievable, but I'm actually from another parallel universe. Yes. Huh. Gwen and Peter looked at each other in surprise. You know. Of course, Aunt May smiled, turning around while beckoning them to follow. Come with me, children. You didn't think you were the only ones who thought of coming here, did you? Hey. Gwen nudged Josen covertly with her elbow and whispered, you knew all along. Josen's expression remained normal as he tapped his head with his index finger. Just logical reasoning. I'll believe that when pigs fly. The three followed Aunt May to a small shed in the backyard that looked like a storage room. Hey, I know this, a secret base. Aunt May chuckled and pressed her hand against the wooden door. Identification passed. The mechanical door disguised as a wooden door opened. The storage room was empty. It was actually an elevator shaft leading underground. Maybe this secret base is a bit more advanced than I imagined. The scene he imagined, which should have been more or less like his own little spider workshop, did not appear. Peter couldn't help but marvel. Josen and Gwen followed closely behind, and the elevator began to descend. As the elevator slowly descended, the spider cave meticulously crafted by this world's Peter Parker finally revealed itself before everyone. Some high-tech equipment that ordinary people wouldn't understand, a complete mechanical workshop, various Spider-Man gear, and most eye-catching of all, the spider suits of different styles and functions arranged in a semicircular display. Seeing the hidden world of the spider base, Peter's mouth was practically watering. He once possessed such cutting-edge technological equipment. As the successor to Iron Man, everything he had back then was even more abundant than this. It was just a pity. But everything was in the past. Even without relying on external items, he was still Spider-Man. Aunt May clapped her hands, and the gazes of Josen and the other two converged on her. She smiled. Guys, it's time to welcome the newcomers. The spider senses of Josen and the others warned them, and they looked up following their intuition. 3 pairs of hunter-like eyes opened on the pitch-black ceiling. Peter and Gwen were most familiar with them. They were in the shape of spider lenses. 3 figures dropped down lightly, though they differed in height, weight, and even race, everyone present was certain. They were all Spider-Men. Spider-Man Noir, dressed in a black trench coat, introduced himself. I'm Peter Parker, a detective who loves fighting Nazis. My universe is in the year 1933. A girl brimming with youthful energy patted the round red mecha beside her, whose display screen turned into a heart. I'm Penny Parker, from New York in 3145. This is my partner, we're the best of partners. Finally, a small pig wearing a spider suit walking upright reached out to the 3. I'm Peter Porker, from a universe full of animals. You can call me Spider Ham. Hello, honestly, everyone, I'm a bit confused right now. Wow. MCU Peter shook hands with Spider Ham. Why are your hands covered in water? Because I just washed my hands, Peter Porker said with a face full of sincerity. Believe me, there's no other reason. Peter. Due to the commonalities between the spider heroes, everyone quickly became acquainted. Guys, Spider-Man Noir struck a boxing pose and launched a fierce attack on a sandbag in the training area. There are 6 of us now. Shouldn't we do something? Wiping the water off his hands, Spider Ham, the activist, was also the first to respond with a punch. Yes, it's time to launch a general offensive. Penny wants to go home, Penny said softly, and the mecha controlled by the spider she shared a connection with simultaneously showed an emo expression. Among the newly arrived trio, Gwen and Peter's gazes both fell on Josen. Let's wait a bit longer, our key figure is on the way. Gwen frowned. Key figure. Who else is there besides us? Do you mean Miles? According to your description, he's the legitimate successor to Spider-Man in this world, isn't he? That's true, but he's still a rookie. Everyone goes through that stage, you have to give him some time to prepare. I agree. It was MCU Peter who spoke. Josen's words undoubtedly touched him, making him think of himself not long ago. Alright, we can't attack Fisk Tower in broad daylight anyway. Gwen spread her hands, indicating she was convinced, then we'll wait until night to act. Regardless of whether anyone else comes, guys, what do you think? Agreed. I agree too. We do too. The afternoon passed quickly, and Josen hit it off with the group of spider heroes, reaping plenty of rewards. Fantasy card. Spider Stamina. Card Type. Ability Card. Rarity. SR. Description. Spider Superpower. Never challenge Spider-Man's endurance, he can also do this with you all day. Effect 1. Super Stamina. Superhuman level physical strength, endurance, and resistance to impact. Effect 2. Peak Condition. Under conditions of extreme exhaustion, all physical abilities still maintain their peak. Fantasy Card. Spider Healing. Card Type. Ability Card. Rarity. SR. Description. Spider Superpower. A beast that licks its wounds after being injured is the most dangerous. Effect 1. Healing Factor. Superhuman level constitution. Serious injuries that ordinary people cannot heal can be completely cured in just a few hours to a few days. Effect 2. Toxin Immunity. Accelerated metabolism protects Spider-Man from the effects of most drugs and toxins, and even grants immunity to vampire transformation. Fantasy Card. Combat Expert. Card Type. Ability Card. Rarity. SR. Description. Spider-Man Noir's Spider Superpower. As a fighter who has fought Nazis for years, he is proficient in various combat techniques. Effect 1. Combat Master. A phantom of the battlefield with maxed out evasion, proficient in all kinds of practical combat techniques. Effect 2. Firearms Proficiency. Mastery of the structure and usage of most modern firearms, can quickly get the hang of even unfamiliar thermal weapons. There were too many Spider-Men present, aside from Combat Expert, which was certain to have come from Spider-Man Noir who lived in a time of war. Josen didn't know which of the remaining 2 fantasy cards dropped from whom. Regardless, the card collection process went very smoothly. Nightfall. While the group of Spider-Men was ready to head out, the elevator overhead finally started up again. This time, Aunt May brought down 2 figures supporting each other. One tall and one short. The shorter one was a young black lad, while the taller one was middle-aged Peter with a beer belly. Both of their faces were full of exhaustion, and their suits were stained with blood. Seeing this, Gwen couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out, "Miles! How did you?" Gwen. "So you're also." Miles supported the severely injured middle-aged Peter, his gaze revealing a composure and determination beyond his years. "Sorry, no time for catching up. Everyone, I think we need some help." Gwen and Josen exchanged a look, and the latter shrugged. "See, he's already prepared." "Fine, you're right," Gwen said with her hands on her hips, then quickly reacted, "Let's go help." "No problem." Josen stopped Gwen, who wanted to jump onto the elevator, and with a snap of his fingers, Miles felt middle-aged Peter's heavy body suddenly become light. Turning back, he found he had been lifted by an invisible force and landed steadily on the red and blue sofa. Miles was shocked. "Wow, is this also a spider superpower?" Josen smiled. "No, it's unique to me." Miles raised his hand, a bolt of electricity jumping and condensing between his fingers. "Well, it seems I have my unique ability too." "Hey, why can you do it too?" "Ha, I'll tell you when there's a chance." Josen dispersed the lightning coiling around his arm and helped Peter, who was lying on the sofa, shift into a more comfortable position. "Thanks, pal. I appreciate you not giving me another round of electrotherapy." The middle-aged Peter from Universe 616 let out a sigh of relief, joking despite the pain racking his body. "Of course, if you could get me some healing medicine, I'd be eternally grateful." Beneath his tattered suit was a mess of bloody wounds, some from high-energy weapons, others sliced or pierced by sharp edges. It was a gruesome sight. How could Spider-Man's base be lacking those? Seeing the situation, Aunt May immediately brought over a medical kit. "Let me help." Josen took the spider-themed medical kit from Aunt May, pulled out wound medicine, alcohol, and bandages, and began treating Peter's wounds. "Bear with the pain, your injuries aren't light. It's fine, these are just minor scratches. I remember back in. Ow. I mean, pal, maybe your bandaging technique could use some work." "Naturally. I haven't really used these things since I started out. Quote. Then can I request that young lady over there to help me instead?" An hour passed. Using a damaged USB drive provided by Miles, Panay and her spider partner worked together to replicate a key capable of controlling the particle collider, satisfyingly engraving her own seal on the back. With Aunt May's permission, Miles and Peter each chose a suit. The latter simply used the classic red and blue suit. The polymer material ensured it fit even if his figure was out of shape. Miles, however, used spray paint to customize his suit to his own style. Using black as the primary color, accented with a red web pattern. Spider-Man Noir gave a thumbs up. The arrival of the two also brought Josen his final fantasy card in the Spider Superpower series. Fantasy card. Spider static. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SR. Description. A spider superpower that allows Spider-Man to scale walls. Effect 1. Adhesion ability. Controls the interatomic interaction forces at molecular boundaries, such as static electricity, allowing the body to adhere to surfaces for rapid climbing and movement. Effect 2. Bioelectricity. The Ultimate Spider-Man is more adept at controlling the electrical charges within his body, allowing him to use electricity in combat. The reason it was called the final card was because his stand immediately notified Josen that multiple cards could be fused. Fantasy card. Spider Superpower times 7. Fusion available. Stand ability activated. Card fusion. Fantasy card. Spider Superpower. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. SSR. Description. As long as they wear the mask, anyone can be Spider-Man. Effect 1. Spider Sense. 1. Danger Precognition. 2. Spider Time. Effect 2. Spider Physique. 1. Spider Strength, Super Strength, Extraordinary Output 2. Spider Agility, Super Agility, Silent Movement 3. Spider Endurance, Super Endurance, Peak Condition 4. Spider Self-Healing Factor, Toxin Immunity. Effect 3. Spider Static. 1. Adhesion Ability. 2. Bioelectricity. Effect 4. Combat Expert. 1. Fighting Master. 2. Firearms Proficiency. As the power of the cards fused within him, Josen's second SSR ability card was born. The originally singular bonuses evolved into a complete superpower system. The synergy between abilities created an indescribable chemical reaction, multiplying their effects. His body, which had already undergone one racial growth limit break, received a comprehensive enhancement like a volcanic eruption. Following this, Josen faintly sensed the existence of a bottleneck. It felt real but fragile, as if it could be pierced through with just a little more effort. After spending so much time with Saitama, Josen was no stranger to the existence of limiters, nor did he hold much reverence for them. At worst, it was just a matter of having a hot pot meal. If one meal didn't work, then two. Moreover, current Josen had not yet reached his true limit. As if responding to his thoughts, his stand promptly delivered a notification. Common level attribute cards can no longer provide enhancement effects, they must be fused before use. Fusion formula. Attribute N card times 10 equals attribute R card. Hey, pal, you're Josen, right? Dressed in his new suit, Peter approached Josen with a plate full of food. Is it my imagination? You feel a bit different than before. Josen pointed not far away. Just like that kid. On the other side of the base, Miles was solemnly putting on his suit, carefully checking every detail. Yeah, it's a feeling, hard to put into words. Peter leaned against the coffee table, devouring the sandwiches Aunt May had prepared. The injuries on his face had mostly recovered. For him, he's probably found his path. For me, I've just consolidated my power. Josen clenched his fist, veins bulging on his arm. Sometimes knowing too many things isn't necessarily a good thing. Peter nodded while eating, agreeing, you're right about that. Can you tell me what you encountered? Josen asked. Gwen said earlier that Miles hasn't had his powers for long, but his performance since arriving at the base is definitely not that of a rookie. Well, how should I put it? Peter hesitated, then whispered back, when we were leaving, we ran into Miles' uncle. He was the Prowler, working for Kingpin. Of course, that was before. To help us escape, Miles' uncle eventually betrayed Kingpin, and as a result. Alright, I understand. Josen nodded. It seemed the little black spider still hadn't escaped the fate of sacrificing a relative. Wait. Suddenly, Josen realized something critical. It seems I just acquired the complete spider superpower, right? So, can I return it? Stand. Daga Kotauru, I refuse. Josen. On second thought, the friends he was closest to since transmigrating were a fierce old man who could kill two dragons bare-handed and a balding man currently in training. Then it's fine. Guys, it's time to go. Miles, acting as the host in his black spider suit, clapped his hands to gather everyone. The Spider-Men present all huddled around. Kingpin will definitely start the particle collider again. We won't let him. It's time to end this. The Spider-Men all began to warm up. Let's go. Among them, the smallest, Peter Porker, was the most aggressive. Let's fool them up. Spider-Man Noir reminded him, hey, your words were censored. No swearing. Peter Porker immediately threw a series of flying pig punches, then let's knock them flying. Spider-Man Noir couldn't help but facepalm. Driven by the radical Peter Porker, the pre-battle atmosphere surged instantly. Gwen looked around, her gaze sweeping over everyone ready for action, and suddenly noticed a key detail. Hey, Josen, where's your suit? She circled Josen with light, agile steps. You're not planning to fight in just that trench coat, are you? As everyone's focus shifted over, Josen pointed at the crowd. I'm not the only one wearing a coat, am I? My world isn't as colorful as this one, black and gloom are the primary colors. Wearing a black coat is the easiest way to hide, Spider-Man Noir explained with a shrug. So, this is my suit. MCU Peter, who was the first to make contact with Josen, couldn't help but rest his chin in thought. Up until now, I don't think I've seen your suit either, Josen. No way, you don't actually have one, do you? Hey. Josen narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. Who are you looking down on? Absolute Terror Field, expand. Field King, activate. Amidst maxed out light and shadow effects, a golden red spider armor unfolded from beneath Josen's feet, spreading upward to cover his entire body. Dazzling streams of flame erupted from the thrusters on his back, feet, and palms. The onlookers felt a wave of heat rush toward them. Nanotech. Seeing this cool and familiar scene, MCU Peter's eyes widened. He finally understood the meaning of only realizing what you've lost once it's gone. The pain. It was too painful. Although the others didn't share his complex feelings, most were stunned. Everyone else had hand-woven, poor man's, suits, yet you suddenly whipped out a set of high-tech armor that looked incredibly advanced. Except for Penny Parker, who had her own mecha, everyone present expressed disdain for a certain someone's flashy transformation. Jokes aside, everyone remembered the task at hand. Under the night sky, one figure soared into the air, followed closely by 7 agile figures, racing toward Brooklyn on the opposite shore. Fisk Tower, underground. Kingpin stood before the glass wall of the control room. A sudden, inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, and he instinctively glanced at the ceiling of the underground space. An ominous premonition filled his heart. The underworld emperor of New York remained expressionless as he suddenly issued an order. Now. Immediately. Right now. Start the machine. The surrounding researchers looked up in unison, seeing only the incredibly broad back of their boss. But Dr. Octavius hasn't arrived yet. Should we? I don't want to repeat myself a second time. The cold words and Tombstone's silent stare were like 2 sharp knives. The researcher who had plucked up the courage to raise his hand immediately acted like an ostrich. Yes, boss. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the roar of engines, the super-large particle collider slowly powered up like an awakening behemoth. The massive muzzle began to accumulate energy. The multicolored particle streams reflected off Kingpin's expressionless face, revealing a hint of urgency. Sorry, am I late? Dr. Octopus's voice rang out. She took a white lab coat from the wardrobe by the door, threw it on efficiently, and walked over quickly. Increase the energy parameters of the alpha particles, raise the rotation speed. Never mind, move aside. I'll take control from here. Seeing Dr. Octopus enter a highly professional working state, Kingpin withdrew his glance and continued to wait. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Gwen narrowed her eyes at Josen, who had suddenly dropped his altitude to fly alongside them. She shot a web to swing forward and said irritably, stop being so mysterious at a time like this. Just say it. The other spider people nodded in agreement, implying that it was easy for him to talk while flying, whereas they had to constantly repeat the process of lifting their arms, firing webs, and swinging. Alright then, Josen opened his faceplate and shrugged. Bad news first. Kingpin started the collider early. The experiment is about to begin. Penai Parker, chewing bubblegum and blowing a bubble while sitting in her round spider mech, asked, and the good news? The good news is I can take one person and rush there ahead of schedule. We should be able to stop them before the experiment starts. Take me. Times 7. MCU Peter questioned. Hey, why only one? With the performance of that armor, taking a few more people should be no problem at all, right? Because it would violate the New York Personal Flight Vehicle Passenger Regulations, Josen fabricated on the spot, while grabbing Gwen, who was closest to him. Ladies first. We'll go on ahead. Boom. A powerful sonic boom suddenly erupted. The group of spider people were left disheveled by the blast of air. After finally stabilizing themselves in midair, they all began to curse at the rapidly receding figure. Wait, at this moment, only MCU Peter was still troubled. Does that regulation actually exist? In the sky. Held in Josen's arms, Gwen anticipated the sudden acceleration and instinctively closed her eyes, gripping Josen's shoulders. However, although the wind whistled around them, the airflow was as stable as if they were taking a stroll on the street. She opened her eyes and saw a barrier constructed of polygonal force fields surrounding them. The high-speed airflow was completely blocked out, not affecting the two in flight at all. Actually, Peter was right, Gwen said, feeling relieved as she took off her mask. Why not bring a few more? Kingpin has more than one superhuman thug. It's fine, the two of us are enough, Josen promised, looking at Fisk Tower which had already come into view. In a moment, we'll charge straight into the underground room. I guarantee we'll dominate. You sure? Of course. You handle the quacking, and I'll handle the slaughtering. Beyond being speechless, Gwen frowned. What did you just say? How are we getting in? Don't we need to sneak in? Infiltration. You got it. Josen glanced at the ground and calibrated his position. This flight is about to land. Hold on tight. Gwen watched the ground getting closer and closer, her mouth hanging open slightly. On the ground, a Kingpin gang thug working as a part-time security guard looked up in confusion at the falling meteor. He even took off his security hat. What is th? Run. Boom. A corner of the building exploded upon impact. Rubble, glass, steel alloy, a massive amount of architectural debris flew into the sky and rained down. Shrill screams were drowned out by the thunderous explosion. Starting from the glass wall on the third floor, the impact pierced through 5 floors of the building all the way to the basement. At this time, the building above ground was empty, except for several Kingpin gang guards on duty who met with misfortune, buried under the falling construction materials. The drill formed by the AT field had incredible strength, and the supersonic flight carried immense kinetic energy. At this moment, Josen was like a high-density carbon core armor-piercing shell. Any obstacle in front of him was trash. Once it hit, it would penetrate instantly. The darkness before them suddenly opened up, and the figures of Josen and Gwen appeared within a massive underground cavern. Infiltration successful, no one spotted us. Indeed, anyone who might have spotted them had been crushed to death. This. Having witnessed such a refreshing and unconventional method of infiltration for the first time, Gwen couldn't help but fall into a daze as her worldview crumbled. The space ahead opened up, and a massive particle collider came into view. But looking at it from another angle, they had indeed made it inside. Forget it, Gwen nudged Josen, but couldn't budge him. Put me down, the enemies are already attacking. Roger that. Josen followed her lead, letting go of Gwen and allowing her to freefall. He dodged a massive fireball heading his way with a quick side step, then his force field armor accelerated. With a charging slap, he swatted the Green Goblin, who was flying towards him with vibrating demonic wings, back to the ground. Norman Osborn, currently in his giant Green Goblin transformation, never dreamed that one day he would be swatted dozens of meters away like a fly. Ow! Ow! After howling in pain on the ground, the Green Goblin shook his head to regain clarity. The enhancement from the mutation serum made his constitution extremely durable. Taking a direct hit from Josen only stunned him for 2 seconds. Roar. The fully recovered Green Goblin had just let out a roar when Gwen, passing by, plastered his face with a shot of webbing, sealing his mouth and nose. By the time he reacted and angrily tore the webbing off his face, Gwen had already swung away on a web line. Enraged, the Green Goblin flapped his wings and took off in pursuit. Leave this big guy to me, you go stop the others. Only then did Josen notice that following behind Gwen like a train were Scorpion, Tombstone, and Dr. Octopus, who was currently wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Good grief, you guys just have to attack the one with the taunt skill, Gwen, don't you? Nodding in approval of her pull, Josen blocked the path of the henchmen as requested. Surrounded by their menacing glares, he spoke nonchalantly, how much does Kingpin pay you a month? It's not about the money. Scorpion and Tombstone were both stunned. Dr. Octopus, Liv, had just started to speak when she saw the man in the spider armor shake his head. It's only a few million a month, why are you risking your lives? Dr. Octopus and Scorpion and Tombstone. What kind of talk is that? Although, he actually makes sense. ZZT. The spider armor donned a lightning release chakra mode, and he blinked right into Scorpion's face. As for why him, it was because he had modified his lower body with mechanical crab legs, making him look the largest. With a flying Spider-Man suddenly appearing in his face, the expression on Scorpion's tattooed face froze, his previous ferocity stalling for a beat. Tombstone and Dr. Octopus instinctively swarmed into attack, but in an instant, thunder erupted. Secret technique. Thousand Thunder Prison. Within the range of the ultimate, all three were simultaneously submerged in dense lightning. The mark of the storm instantly detonated, and Scorpion and Tombstone were stunned in place after taking just one step. In the center of the lightning storm, Josen took a deep breath. His fist, wrapped in a force field, pulled back to build power, his body like a drawn bow. The blinding lightning began to compress and condense, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Then, aura 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 aura. Aura 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 aura. Time resumed its flow. The thunder gradually subsided, and Dr. Octopus and the other regained consciousness from the stun. Before the numbness from the full-body electrotherapy could fade, a green shadow streaked past the corner of their eyes with a whoosh. Behind them, a familiar figure with mechanical legs was sent flying, landing deep within the Brooklyn station below, his fate unknown. Tombstone struggled to raise his hands to protect his face, assuming a boxing defensive stance, and involuntarily swallowed hard. Dr. Octopus, also an enhanced human, was badly shocked as well, her mechanical tentacles twitching as if still surging with electricity. The two glanced at each other. What just happened? One down, Josen cracked his neck. Two to go. My dear, you really are full of surprises. Dr. Octopus flexed her hands, and the arthropod-like tentacles behind her suddenly lunged out. Bang bang bang. Coordinating with her sudden attack, Tombstone professionally pulled out a handgun and fired repeatedly at Josen. Oh, that's not very friendly. In midair, Josen took his time, spreading his fingers as his absolute terror field expanded. As the bullets approached Josen, they began to slow down drastically, their kinetic energy absorbed by the force field until they hung suspended in the air. Dr. Octopus's tentacles were more powerful, but they only managed to slightly indent the force field. Beyond that, they had no further effect. The expressions of the two froze, and they looked at each other in disbelief. We can't break his defense. How are we supposed to fight this? Seeing that things were going south, Dr. Octopus didn't panic. She immediately raised her arms and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Start the collider now. And then, kill that Spider-Man." In the control room, the researchers, who had been happily watching the show, snapped to attention. They operated the preheated collider to blast two blinding streams of high-energy particles, and then pulled out high-energy weapons from their sides to fire frantically at Josen. For a moment, rays of all colors flew everywhere. Josen took a beating like a target. Realizing the attacks the absolute terror field was sustaining were nearing its limit, he didn't dare be overconfident and began to maneuver through the air. The absolute terror field was strong enough, but it didn't have an infinite capacity. The black tech weapons wielded by Kingpin's researchers were quite powerful. Josen even felt like grabbing a couple to take back with him. But not right now. At this moment, no matter where he flew, a long trail of energy attacks followed him. On the other side, Gwen was leading the giant green goblin on a chase. She was being hammered by his fireballs, which had virtually no cooldown, leaving her in a perilous situation. If not for her spider sense, the white ghost spider would likely have been turned into a charred, roasted spider on the spot. Hey! Guys, are we late? Miles's voice came from the ceiling, and everyone present, regardless of their side, looked up. They saw several figures in spider suits, either hanging upside down or crawling along the smooth ceiling, rubbing their hands together and eager for action. Snap! In the control room, Kingpin snapped the ballpoint pen in his hand. Hiss! On the ground, Tombstone sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the 2 from before, that's 8 Spider-Men in total. Dr. Octopus pointed and counted, a morbid fanaticism gleaming in her eyes. This is simply marvelous. Jozen gave the arriving group an internationally recognized friendly gesture, and shouted irritably while dodging attacks, I'm talking to you guys. Get down here and help. Roger that. Spider-Men, move out. One after another, the swift figures joined the fray, and the tide of battle turned abruptly. With 2 or more Spider-Men dealing with each enhanced villain, the various Parkers from different dimensions couldn't help but feel emotional. Since their debuts, they had always been the ones getting ganged up on. This was the first time they had fought with such an advantage in numbers. Enough. Peter Parker 616 had just punched the Green Goblin away when he heard a furious roar from above. With a loud crash, a large amount of glass shards rained down as a massive dark shadow fell simultaneously. Hey, buddy, Peter Parker 616 caught Kingpin's descending fist with an agility that belied his frame, you're overweight. Why do you people have to stop me every single time at the critical moment? Kingpin tore off his usual mask of indifference, his facial muscles twisting into a hideous contortion as he threw a rapid succession of angry punches. Caught off guard, Peter Parker 616 took a hard blow to the face. Just as he was about to counter, Kingpin used brute force to flip him over and hurl him into the distance. Spider-Man's strength was far beyond ordinary, but his weight was not. Bew! Peter Parker 616 swung on a web and landed on the collider, cracking his neck. Why don't you reflect on why we don't stop anyone else and only come to stop you? Hey, you're making my head spin. Miles dropped from the sky, stopping Peter Parker 616 who was preparing to charge back in. Let me handle him, this is my job. Peter Parker 616 pointed at the glaring Kingpin, that big guy. You sure? Definitely. Peter Parker 616 said no more. The 2 Spider-Men bumped fists and jumped off the collider in opposite directions. It's time to end this farce. At this point, the continuously running particle collider had begun to affect the surrounding space-time. The closer one got to the center of the energy, the more the spatial fluctuations and distortions could be felt. It was like a ticking time bomb that had already started its countdown, seemingly ready to blow up New York and even the entire universe at any moment. The good news was that the situation was no longer under Kingpin's control. The researchers, who had been shooting wildly, were being tied up one by Spider-Man Noir. The furious Kingpin was being gradually suppressed by Miles, who was triggering his electrical superpower. Green Goblin, Tombstone, and Dr. Octopus had become targets of a group beating. Gwen, having found a free moment, climbed to the ceiling with the override flash drive and was currently seizing control of the collider. The battle was visibly tipping in favor of the Spider-Men. Jozen's role also shifted from a primary attacker to a supporting player, throwing a punch here and a kick there. After helping the Spider-Men stabilize the situation, he slipped away on the spot. His target was the weapons warehouse on the building's ground floor. The alloy vault door, which was on the level of the U.S. central banks, was a bit tricky, but it couldn't stop Jozen. Releasing his telekinesis, he found a weak point in the wall. Immediately, 2 massive balls of fire condensed in his hands. Fantasy card. Green Goblin Bomb. Card type. Ability card. Rarity. R. Description. One of Norman Osborn's primary damage-dealing methods, which mutated into a magic attack in a certain parallel world. Effect 1. Raging Flames. Throw fire bombs with both hands, causing an explosion upon hitting the enemy. Effect 2. Bone-chilling toxin. Green Goblin flames burn longer than ordinary flames and are harder to extinguish. This was the signature skill of the Green Goblin from this world. It had dropped during the beatdown and was now Josen's to use. The rarity wasn't high, but it was surprisingly useful. Boom! The green-tinted fire bombs struck in succession. The thick concrete wall was no different from an Oreo cookie, blasted open into a two-person high hole in the blink of an eye. Stepping through the flame-licked hole, the warehouse revealed rows of different models of energy weapons. Some had been taken by the researchers outside, but the remainder was enough to arm at least a company. Azure telekinesis began to spread, wrapping around the energy weapons along with the display racks all over the floor. By the time Josen left through the hole he came in, the space behind him was emptier and cleaner than if it had been licked clean. Fantasy card. Private armory. Card type. Item card. Rarity. R. Description. A black tech armory secretly developed by Dr. Octopus in collaboration with Kingpin. Even the Chitauri would call them experts. Effect 1. Energy weapons. Mass-produced energy weapons of various types, launching a small-scale war would be no problem. Having finished his looting, Josen returned to the underground space with satisfaction. The collider was still spewing a massive stream of particles, but seeing the group of villains tied up in webs below and the young Miles Morales standing before them with hands on his hips, it was clear that control of those two big machines had successfully changed hands. Where did you go? A white figure landed silently behind him. Gwen took off her mask, revealing a head of brilliant blonde hair, her gaze searching. Handled some private business, Josen likewise retracted his faceplate. Is the battle over? Thanks to you, Gwen pointed at the group of figures gathered on the ceiling above the energy center. Let's go, everyone is waiting for you. Okay, need a lift. Hey, I didn't agree to that yet. The two of them soared into the air, and seeing this, Miles followed closely behind, swinging on his webs. Miles bumped fists with everyone in turn. Everyone, it's time for you to go home. Yeah, time to go home. Penny Parker stepped out of her mech, her tone joyful but tinged with a hint of sadness. Hearing the usually cheerful young girl say this, the surrounding air was suddenly filled with the scent of parting. Peter Porker scrambled onto Spider-Man Noir's shoulder. Don't be like that, we'll all miss you. Yes, we're already friends. Exactly. XN. Everyone nodded in agreement. Josen recalled the sequel to Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse that had been heavily promoted before he transmigrated, and couldn't help but tease, maybe there'll be a chance to meet again. Please no, I don't want to come back to save the world again. That would be way too exhausting. Exactly. XN. Josen. After some laughing and joking, Miles operated the particle collider to open the space-time portal. Going first, everyone. See you if fate allows. The Spider-Men from different universes, using their most familiar high-altitude diving poses, jumped one by one into the space-time portal composed of energy torrents and vanished. My turn. Gwen nudged the dazed Josen with her elbow, waved to the reluctant Miles with a smile on her lips. I'll miss you guys, fellas. Me too. Ah, see you later. The two's reactions were polar opposites. Gwen shrugged helplessly, no longer hesitating. She let go of the ceiling and turned, allowing gravity to pull her body into a free fall, finally plunging into the multicolored particle stream and disappearing. Josen snapped back to reality. He was wrestling with a serious problem. How was he supposed to get back? Jump into the space-time portal like the others? Come on, while the portal was right there, it connected to the local Marvel multiverse. The One Punch Man world wasn't part of it. Use his stand ability to make a run for it directly. Miles hadn't left yet. If he saw this, would it be bad if Josen wanted to sneak in and play together next time? He didn't look like the type who liked to tattle, right? Beside Josen, Miles seemed to be talking to himself, and yet also to him. She's quite something, isn't she? Yeah, who wouldn't like a slim, pretty blonde babe who can fight? You're right about that, Miles couldn't help but laugh. If we were in the same school, I'd definitely be competing with you. That's not necessarily true. I graduated a long time ago. You're good, pal. It's been great meeting you. Wait. Miles rummaged through the control interface, looking puzzled. Why can't I find your universe ID? Josen mimicked Gwen and spread his hands. Maybe a configuration error. Miles was dumbfounded. No way. Then how are you supposed to get back? Josen shrugged, and the item for the return trip appeared in his hand. At this moment, this fantasy card was flickering on and off, like Ultraman insisting on showing he's running out of power before acting cool. Stop flickering, stop it, I'm leaving now. Josen gripped the black box fragment and winked at Miles. It's fine, I'm not like them. Huh. Stand ability activated. The black box fragment turned into points of light and vanished, and a pitch-black interdimensional portal opened before the two of them. See you. Miles blankly withdrew his right hand from the fist bump with Josen, watching him step into that black vortex. The next second, the vortex dissipated, disappearing along with Josen inside it. He really is something special. Miles couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. This guy. One Punch World. Chief, you have a call. The high-level meeting at the Metropolitan Police Department had just ended. The chief took the phone handed over by his secretary in black stockings and put it to his ear. This is Serizawa. Oh, it's Mr. Josen. The chief's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to signal the secretary to leave. She understood and immediately exited the conference room, closing the door behind her. What brings you to call me so suddenly? What? You captured a batch of new equipment. Good, Mr. Josen, you're very thoughtful. No need to send it to the A City headquarters, I'll send someone directly to Z City to coordinate with your director. Z City, outskirts, by a small lake. The sun was bright, the air was filled with the rich fragrance of plants, and the nearby lake was sparkling. Everything remained as it was before Josen traveled, as if he had never left. Hanging up the phone with the chief, Josen shook his head. Phew. Finally back. The feeling of interdimensional travel was still not very comfortable. He attributed the main reason to his constitution stat not being high enough yet. Telekinesis activated, a watch flew out from the nearby grass and landed in Josen's hand. This was the watch he had deliberately left behind before leaving. At this moment, the watch was still in the same place, its exterior intact, and the hands were ticking unhurriedly, having moved only 3 minutes compared to before he traveled. These 3 minutes were exactly the time Josen spent talking to the big shot. In other words, when traveling to other worlds, time in the One Punch world does not flow. It's you, the world. This small lake was relatively close to the Waterstream dojo, and Josen thought about visiting the old man since he hadn't seen him in a while. When he arrived, he found it was a wasted trip. Chirenko, the child left behind, greeted Josen at the door while leaning on a broom. Master went down the mountain yesterday, saying he was going on hero activities. I don't know when he'll be back. Ah, I see. The old man is actually so diligent. Hup. Ha. Huh. Uniform shouts came from inside the dojo, and Josen couldn't help but ask curiously, Chirenko, don't you need to practice martial arts? Ah. Chirenko scratched his head embarrassedly. My talent isn't as good as my master brother's, so I thought I'd help out more with chores. After listening, Josen patted his shoulder earnestly. You will definitely become your master's final disciple in the future. Really? Thank you. Chirenko's eyes lit up, full of excitement. Mr. Josen, do you mean that my perseverance and determination will eventually move Master to teach me real martial arts? No, I just think the old man needs someone to do the chores and clean the house. Chirenko. Keep it up, I'm off. Under Chirenko's resentful gaze, Josen floated away leisurely, flying toward Z City. As the section chief of the Z City Police Department's Special Affairs Division, Josen was quite dedicated. He had finished most of his work on the first day back from training. He had thought this trip to the other world would take some time, but he returned to the bureau before noon. Yo, everyone busy. Josen walked into the office carrying bags full of food, smiling at his subordinates struggling with paperwork. Smells so good. Kyoko tucked back her bangs and looked up. Seeing the exceptionally rich lunch in Josen's hands, her expression softened slightly. Is this lunch on you, my section chief? Of course. With this much food, do you take me for a bottomless pit if I ate it all alone? What do you have to eat? Burgers, fries, pork cutlet rice bowls, eel rice. I also bought milk tea and drinks. Everyone take a break and come grab some. Thank you, Section Chief. Times N. The police officers, who had been busy all morning, stood up one after another, took the food they liked from Josen, and returned to their desks to feast. Considering that you, this capitalist, still have a conscience, I'll temporarily forgive you. Kyoko held the expensive deluxe eel rice set, her mouth stuffed full, looking just like a stingy hamster preparing for winter. Thank you for your hard work, my deputy section chief. Josen held a box of pork cutlet rice, standing in front of Kyoko's desk while eating. Can't be helped. The Special Affairs Division was just established, so these trivial matters are inevitable. Kyoko rolled her eyes at him, swallowed the food in her mouth, and said angrily, then you should add more manpower for us. With so much work, how can we, just a handful of us, handle it all? Calm down, calm down. Josen placed his empty lunch box on the table and adjusted his collar. Your section chief had a good harvest today. The headquarters, rewards will be coming down soon. Really? How much of a harvest can you have in one morning? Kyoko looked suspicious, watching Josen turn to leave. Hey, you're trash. Help me throw it away. After Josen left, the entire Special Affairs Division office began to get a bit noisy. A police officer complained. Is what the section chief said true? I really don't want to touch this paperwork anymore. Hey, don't you guys think Section Chief Josen looks cool even when he's eating? Ow. A young policewoman's face glowed, which earned her a precise chopstick attack from Kyoko. Stop being a fangirl. Eating lunch so fast, your section chief is just a foodie. Yes, even if he's a foodie, he's still the coolest. Kyoko. How am I supposed to save you, little office fangirl? As she thought this, her own little face flushed slightly. City Z, Hero Association Branch. Click clack, click clack, click clack. Section Chief. Section Chief. On the mirror-like marble corridor, the sound of high heels walking suddenly stopped. Above the burgundy high heels were two straight long legs wrapped in black stockings. The owner of those long legs wore a custom Hero Association suit uniform, with a well-fitted pencil skirt outlining a perfect and seductive S-curve. Beneath her golden wavy hair was a pair of burgundy glasses matching her heels. It was Lanny. Lanny held a stack of documents against her chest with one hand and pushed up her glasses with the other. What is it that you're looking for me in such a hurry? It's like this. Headquarters just updated the latest hero rankings, and the hero names and ranks for the two potential heroes we reported earlier have been finalized. So that was it, Lanny nodded, her gaze turning slightly cold. Those useless bureaucrats at headquarters are as inefficient as ever. I've repeatedly emphasized the combat power levels of those two heroes, yet they still dragged it out for so long. Never mind that, let's head to the meeting room first. Yes. Lord Josen. Excuse me, are you Lord Josen? Josen had just stepped out of a milk tea shop near the police station. He was just taking a sip through his straw when he was blocked by two men in black suits who were drenched in sweat. I am Josen. And you two are. Lord Josen, we finally found you. One of the young men, wearing sunglasses and a headset, wiped his sweat. We are staff members from the City Z branch of the Hero Association. We've been ordered to invite you. Boom. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Violent tremors and massive sounds echoed from the distance. Even the surrounding buildings began to shake. The two Hero Association staff members stumbled, and only Josen's telekinesis kept them from falling. People on the streets ran and screamed in terror as panic began to spread. The emergency broadcasts recently installed on both sides of the road began to announce. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. A giant unidentified mysterious being has appeared in the urban area of City Z. Estimated disaster level. Demon. Citizens in the vicinity, please proceed immediately to the nearest shelter and wait for rescue under the instructions of the staff. Repeating broadcast. City Z urban area. Whatever it is, let's talk about it later. It looks like I need to head over there first. Josen helped the two staff members steady themselves. His body was already airborne, flying toward the direction where the mysterious being was rampaging. But, he's already gone. He's already out of sight. So fast. As expected of City Z's first A-class hero. But, the task Lord Lanny gave us hasn't been completed yet. There's nothing we can do in this situation, right? Let's just let the section chief handle it herself. City Z, Shelter No. 7. The Hero Association has made various attempts at responding to emergencies and major disasters. Among them, city shelters are one of the key projects being promoted at this stage. Relying on the association's immense financial resources and infrastructure capabilities, multiple large-scale shelter facilities were built in major human cities. Equipped with powerful defense systems, they could theoretically withstand all types of attacks during a major disaster. They can both buy time for professional heroes' rescue efforts and maximize the preservation of citizens' lives. Today, City Z's shelter was packed with terrified citizens. The various defense systems were fully operational, which meant a disaster, or rather, a mysterious being, had already attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Residential buildings collapsed one after another after being hit by unknown attacks, sending clouds of dust and sand sweeping in all directions. In the blink of an eye, several prosperous blocks had turned into a living hell. Through the thick smoke, a massive figure nearly as tall as a city overpass emerged. With thick limbs, sharp mouthparts, an exoskeleton comparable to alloy, and a bizarrely ugly human face growing on its head, it was a giant insect that was severely overnourished. Mysterious being, 170,000-year cicada larva. Disaster level, demon. Professional heroes operating nearby had arrived immediately to engage in battle. They were C-Class Rank 299 Student, C-Class Rank 140 Red Scarf Fighter, and the promising B-Class Rank 64 Newcomer Dark Flame Dragon Blade User. The three young heroes joined forces, and after a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in being repelled by the mysterious being. Fortunately, they didn't lose their lives, they just retreated into the shelter along with the crowd, looking battered and defeated. Seeing the heroes, who were usually advertised as being so powerful, in such a pathetic state, many die-hard enthusiasts of the Hero Association immediately lost their composure. Hey, hey, hey. What kind of heroes are you idiots supposed to be? Are you kidding me? Why did you guys come in too? What if you lead the mysterious being here? Useless. Truly useless. I wasted so much money donating to the Hero Association just a few days ago. The defeated heroes had no excuse for this. Their individual strength had reached its limit, being able to escort a large number of civilians safely into the shelter was already fulfilling their duty. Because of this, there were also many voices of gratitude. There were still many rational citizens present. Any normal person knew that a mysterious being attack was no joke. Seeing the shelter doors close completely, at least those who had made it inside were safe. As for that freakish mysterious being outside, whose hide couldn't even be scratched by a blade, it wasn't something these B and C class ordinary heroes could handle. Defeating an enemy of this level was impossible for a lifetime. The only option was to hide in the shelter and wait for the mysterious being to die of old age. Hearing the Red Scarf Fighter make such self-deprecating remarks, the trapped crowd fell into even greater chaos. What kind of talk is that? Are you joking? How many years would it take for that monster to die of old age? This is trouble. Among the crowd, an ordinary-looking black-haired young man began to sweat as he listened to the people's discussions. Where did they say this place was again? This is the shelter, a young office lady with long black hair beside him said with a look of relief after a narrow escape, smiling to comfort him. You're safe once you're in the shelter. We're finally saved. Actually, it's more of a hassle now. The black-haired young man scratched his head in frustration under the lady's confused gaze. I thought I could find the mysterious being by following those people who called themselves heroes, but I ended up following them into the shelter. By the way, can that door be opened? The lady couldn't quite follow his train of thought for a moment and said hesitantly, once other heroes arrive and deal with the mysterious being destroying the city, it should be opened, right? Oh, as long as it can be opened. The black-haired young man looked delighted upon hearing this and immediately pushed through the crowd toward the door. The young lady, That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.